listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. One of the biggest Saturdays on the EFNL calendar has arrived as the Premier Division kicks off its final series today at the new home of the Premier Division Grand Final, the fabulous Jubilee Park, which is hosting the qualifying final today between Rowville and Vermont, who will book their ticket to next weekend's second semi-final against East Ringwood at this very venue. Find out right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming right around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. I'm Josh Ward, joined by an elite and experienced panel for the pre-game. First up, the great man, Wayne Brasher. Brash, I know you get excited about finals footy, but I know you particularly get excited when the Premier Division finals commence.
I do, because it's the pinnacle of our sport in the Eastern Football Netball League. Take nothing away. The other divisions are good in their own right, but when you come to Premier, this is when this is a time when the big boys come to town. And this is what we come and look forward to every year. Absolutely.
Matt Spider-Lee also joining us in the pre-game. Surprised we haven't put Brash in between yourself and Davo after the events that transpired last night. But you were at that game, but it's great to be back out here at Jubilee Park, no doubt for yourself.
Good afternoon to you, Josh, Brash, Davo, and all of our listeners and viewers. Great to be out here at Jubilee Park. Always enjoy watching games of footy out here. There's been so many terrific ones over the years, and I think we're in for another good one this afternoon here, because two quality teams. One team's in exceptional form and another team are just sneaking along under the radar a bit, but gee, they've been impressive in the last 7 or 8 weeks.
And Brett Davidson, I'm sure it never gets old coming out here to Jubilee Park. Of course, haven't been recently involved with Heathmont. You would have come here at least once a year the past couple of years to cover the Parker Cup, and now here for Premier Division finals. It's a really great venue to be hosting Premier Division finals.
Oh, without a doubt, and good afternoon, everybody. And Brash, we talked about Brash being excited about Premier football. I think Brash is a little bit more excited today, particularly about the fact that there happens to be a team out here that has lots of purple involved in it.
The Violet Crumble undies are out.
And I think he's ready for a big game. But look,
we got positive Brash today.
Yeah, we've got positive Brash today.
Look at him stewing on this.
Look, I've got to stay very neutral.
Or mutual, as Blake Tennant calls it.
So, look,
there's going to be a lot, put it this way, there are going to be a few Vermont supporters upset at me this afternoon too.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to what should be a tremendous game. And it is a magnificent venue, great facility, a beautiful ground. And it's we were just talking a bit off air. One of the things that's going to be very interesting is that these boys don't get to play on grounds this size at all during the year. So to see them come out and play in this, I reckon we're going to see a different style of play, and I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a great game, and we've got a ripping day as well.
Oh, beautiful. Couldn't ask for a better day as well, particularly, as I said, given it's the biggest day on the EFNL calendar, particularly for yourself, Lee Green. We got the Women's Grand Finals currently being live streamed, so of course we had the Division 4 and Division 5 Grand Finals earlier this morning, where Wantirna South and Upper Ferntree Gully were crowned premiers.
Clincher.
Yes, both very close games and high scoring as well. We'll touch on those Women's Grand Finals shortly. We are now joined by the coach of the Rowville Football Club and one of our favourites on the media team, Ben Wise, who's done a fantastic job to guide the Hawks back into finals for season 2026, the 4th year in a row they play finals. Wisey, it's a pleasure to have you on the pre-game, and thanks for joining us once again. Oh.
No, you're not. Just that switch at the end there.
Go, yeah. There we go. Good to have you on, Wisey.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's good to be here.
How are the boys feeling? Another finals campaign, as I mentioned, another qualifying final, this time out here at Jubilee Park. I'm sure there's a sense of anticipation about coming out here today.
Yeah, it's always good to put yourself in a position to play on days like this. Can't get a better day, good ground, good weather. So, really looking forward to it. The boys are keen.
Ben, looking at this year as a whole, right, and I know you do your homework on every single side, work out their strengths and weaknesses. As a coach, have Vermont surprised you this year?
Not really. I suppose they've went through a little bit of a transition, but early in the year they had a lot of guys out, and they've had some new guys come into their system as well. So it takes a while to gel. Matty's doing a good job with them. They've blooded a lot of young guys, and their older boys seem to be playing good footy as well. So once they've got their VFL boys back available as well, McCluskey and Amu, it adds another layer for them and another problem for us to combat.
And talking about your side, going over the last 3 rounds and the teams that you've put on the park again today, you've had a pretty much a very settled lineup where you've only had to tinker around the edges to bring in certain players to make up the deficits in other areas of your ground. The side that you put out today, I had a look, I reckon it's not far off being your best side.
Yeah, it is. It's the best side I can put on today, but we've still got a couple of guys like Lockie McDonald, Kane Young, Baxter Schruck, Tommy Swainston. So, and then you look at our reserve side that we've, Nashi Wood's gone out of the side today with a little bit of a calf. So, we've got a really strong squad. We're lucky enough that our VFL boys have qualified. They've played enough footy with us this year, and their sides aren't playing finals. So we're pretty lucky there, apart from probably the Collingwood guy, which is JB, and Tane Barlow and Trent Minor. They haven't been able to get back and play much footy with us. So apart from that, we've got a pretty good list to pick from. So hopefully we get a couple more back in a couple of weeks.
G'day, Wisey. Good luck this afternoon, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Should be a cracking contest.
Yeah.
Let's reflect on when you last played Vermont and just a number of weeks back, and there were periods in that game where you got off to that start, and then Vermont came back at you in that game, and then you really had to arrest that momentum back. So there are significant challenges for the team today, but it's a different looking Vermont team in terms of the way they've gathered a bit of momentum since that game.
Yeah, they have, and it's a credit to them, but I feel our momentum's just as good, and we're playing, if we play our best footy today, it's going to be good to watch. And our boys we've been talking about building for obviously our finals and playing the right brand of footy to play out on big decks. We don't play on many grounds the size of this throughout the year, so just making sure that we've planned well and we've played well against good opposition as well. We've come up against Bowen and Donny East, who Bowen's obviously won the last couple, and Donny East was sitting third. So, our form line's pretty good. They're from the last time we played them, they're going to have I think Wiedemann didn't play last time, and he's obviously a big guy to come in and for their setup. But our side looks completely different to what it did when we played them as well. So, how do you compare really?
When you look back even at that East Ringwood game, which we covered a few weeks back as well, you talked at one of the breaks about being prepared to hunt, and just hunting in the waves that you do. And that day there was at times where you said to them that they weren't doing that, and that wasn't, I suppose the trademark that you identified. So that's going to be the challenge today, isn't it? To be able to hunt Vermont the way that you characteristically do.
Yeah. Look, and that was a poor performance by us, and we addressed that. And the side looks completely different to what it was, only 5 weeks ago, and we've had some really good inclusions, and there was sort of beaten up boys at that time of the year, middle of winter. And
did you have to refresh in some way with training?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, definitely, and we'll probably go through a really heavy load where we'll sort of topping them up through the middle of the year to make sure that we can really back off this time of year, and prepare really well and let our fitness do the talking out there today.
So when we do look at that game against East Ringwood, you're very young. You were really young that day. And for you lost the game, but it gives you a good opportunity to see some of those boys in action, to know that give them a couple more games, put them into finals, and you really can see the growth within those guys, can't you? And some of them looked... You thought, they're not up to it, but I think they are. I think, like Blakey Chambers played there, but he didn't have a great day, but he's been really good the last couple of weeks as well. The guy that's come in that I've been really impressed with, because I was wondering when he was going to get a chance, was Scrivenos. He's been so good in the twos. He's a goal kicker. He's come in as now that, unfortunately, because you lost one of your key forwards that day. He's been really good, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And look, the Big Tater, he had an operation in the off season. Took him a while to sort of get back to full fitness, and he's just bided his time. When you get Windy back full time and he's playing really good footy, he's normally a full forward, and that's it. So we've sort of slowly developed him to get up the ground and add another string to his bow. But mate, as you've seen him, he's a big kid. His contested mark is as good as we've got at the club, and he can kick a ball.
And for you, what it does is we all like to play with opposition coaches a little bit. What it does is it just says, well, hang on, you find the bloke to go to him.
Yeah,
you
correct.
find someone, because you're going to be looking at down at Windy.
Yeah.
You try and find someone that's going to go with him, and it just opens up other avenues to goal as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And you've got to make sure, like, it's the flow-on effect. If you bring in another tall, then defences have got to go to that, and he demands a really strong body type because he's so good contestedly. But then that flows onto a Seth McDonald or someone else down the line. So you get, you go from getting the second best defender on Seth to a third, and then it frees him up. So you're going to find angles and advantages throughout that. We just need him to come in and provide the contest, which he has, and I'm sure he'll do really well.
The last one from me.
Yep.
I think this ground will suit you. I think you've got the side that can really run and spread. And I've looked at you a couple of times now, and it looks as if that at times you don't like that boxed-in area. You like that ability to be able to get the runners out and go. How have you done your setup and structural work, considering there's no other grounds around that are this big that you get to have a crack on? Have you been able to sneak out somewhere and have a trial somewhere?
Yeah, we have. We do our homework, and we've been lucky enough to move venues for probably about 3 weeks now, which has really just opened up our ball movement offensively. Gives the boys confidence and gives them good looks with our setups and how we want to defend, and being able to do that hopefully holds us in good stead to play out today.
Just before we go, Ben, a couple of weeks ago, obviously, the injury to Mav Taylor, you'd love to have him out there today.
Yeah.
How is, just for the listeners out there, obviously he broke his leg or something like that. How's he progressing, and will he be okay to start pre-season this year?
I don't think he'll be starting pre-season, but look, Mavi, unfortunately, he snapped his tib fib and compound fracture, so the bones come through the skin, and credit to our medical staff and then the ambulance coming in looking after him as much as he did, and he's had the operations, they put some rods down his leg, and it'll be a long road back, but he's a really diligent kid. He's really positive. He's here today on crutches, getting around, and he's a leader of the footy club, and he's just so team first, and he'll come down and provide great support for everyone, even when he's recovering. So we just hope. He's got a long journey. I wouldn't be looking at pre-season. I just want him to get back to being healthy, and then
I know it was
footy's secondary.
I was probably being a little presumptuous, but I think it was more about is he going to be missing an extended period of time?
Yeah, he will. Look, and if it takes a year, it takes two, so be it.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's only 24, 5 maybe. Yeah. So I think all the boys are around 24 and 25. I say that
the
every
age
year.
profile is pretty good, isn't it? I mean, considering underneath too, like you've got an abundance of youth coming through, like your under-19s and even your under-17s, that you got some really good prospects, in the making. Yeah,
we do, and that's a good thing. Like we try and promote a good pathway so the kids, have got something to strive to and to achieve, and whether it's playing at our level or going on further to higher levels, I think, we give them a good pathway to come through and develop.
Great to see your phone bill, mate.
It seems like the only person getting older is the coach.
It is, don't worry. They seem to be getting younger. And they let me know about it as well.
But that pathway has reflected in your entire club as well, the reserves and Premier 19s, minor premiers. Div 3 19s, unfortunately, bowed out last weekend. But that must be a great sign of the culture and the quality coming through the junior ranks.
Yeah, it is, and it's a big credit to Beck Little, who's our junior president. She runs a tight ship down there, and she gets it done. And what it does do, over the last 5 or 6 years, it's just shown that kids can come in and excel at senior level, and I really want to promote that. And what it does, if I'm doing that for senior sides, then kids might want to make that jump to come across as early, and if they're in lower divisions and they're a high talented kid, we want to, be a destination club for kids to come and, better themselves.
Absolutely, and there's perfect examples like Baxter Shock, obviously. Sullivan Roby, a great story as well at the AFL level, and it just shows the direction that Rowville's heading in. But you're a busy man, Wisey, so we appreciate the time you've given us
get
in the
organised.
pre-game, and good luck for today's contest.
No worries, guys. Have a good call.
Thank you, Wise, for joining us, and he's done a fantastic job with this Rowville side as well, and looking forward to seeing them in action today. And it all is on the up for Rowville heading into many, many years to come, and we're going to flip from Rowville to all things Vermont because their senior coach, Matt Adolf, has been good enough to join us immediately after Wisey as well, and we appreciate the time you've given, Matt, ahead of this massive contest out here at Jubilee Park.
No worries, mate. How are things?
Not too bad. How about yourself? You boys must be feeling pretty good after, obviously jumping up into third spot last weekend and now getting a double chance of playing out here this afternoon.
Yeah, I think since the halfway mark, our game's in a pretty good position. These boys have worked pretty hard. Our club's in a really good spot at the moment with the 19s playing today and obviously the reserve side as well. But just the younger boys have probably given our older boys a little bit more bounce in their step. In saying that, our older boys have their form's been really good as well in the last sort of 6 or 7 weeks as well.
Well, I was going to ask what's been the major driving force as well. You've also had some good continuity in the lineup in the last couple of weeks in particular. Has that also been a bit of a factor, the fact you've been able to get some consistency in your lineup?
Yeah, it definitely helps. I reckon towards the sort of July of last year, we were scratching the surface to playing a few 19s to come up and all that kind of stuff, but to have a really small injury list, in saying that, we've still probably got half a dozen blokes that could play senior footy. But I suppose just the younger guys that we've been able to expose last year have taken their chances this year and, ran with it.
Matt, I got the chance to look at Vermont in round 3 and round 16. And the big difference for me was what I would call the players now accept the fact that they belong. There's a sense of I'm part of something very special here, and I think their confidence has grown exponentially. But I also think that the one thing I liked about that South Croydon game that I walked away that it was character building. The fact that that Vermont were challenged for that last quarter, and they still found a way to win that young group. I think that built a lot of self-belief.
Yeah, I think we haven't probably lost a close game this year.
No.
But if you had a look at the previous years as well, is that those games that were close, I think both Berwick ones, the South Croydon one stand out. Our young group probably would have put their toes up, 15, 20 minutes to go. But I think that's the growth of the group and the belief within the group now that doesn't matter what the scoreboard says. At any point in time, we can definitely stick the whole 120 minutes out and get the result we're after.
The skipper, Dixon, hasn't played for the last 3 games. Obviously he's been working through his injury. Has he been training, and what's his likelihood of coming into a game like today?
Yeah, look, he probably could have played last week, but we decided we had a few sore blokes still, but we thought with a soft tissue we'd probably give him an extra week.
Yeah.
Regardless of the result last week anyway, we just wanted to make sure that we had him right for this week, whether we were playing Saturday or Sunday, but the cards fell our way and we got the result we were after. But he'll come in, he's fresh, ready to go. He'll play in our midfield again. And I think his game's gone to another level, probably the back end of this year as well.
Matty, good luck this afternoon against Rowville. It's going to be a tremendous clash. Let's go back to when you played Rowville a few weeks back at their ground, and you didn't start the game ideally, but you worked your way back into that contest. What were some of the key takeaways from your perspective that you've, I suppose, stored away, you've reviewed, that you can go back to today and you can roll out and go, these are the things that we did okay that day in parts, because there were some things out of that day, even though you lost, you actually did put some things in place that will serve you well in this contest this afternoon.
Yeah, I think probably our midfield group, the growth within our midfield group, we've got consistency with Cal Smith being in there now. Obviously, we've injected Johnsy in there. Johnsy was playing half-back that day. And then obviously Lockie Jenkins was huge in that second and third quarter that day. So we feel like we're the number one clearance side in the competition. Our contest work is really strong. It's important, I think, against the Rowville side, their wingers probably got hold of us last time, and they tend to do that with most sides. So I think if we can get the outside balance right today, that'll sort of steady our midfield balance around the contest, but also give us more opportunity to get it inside to our forwards.
So what are the key messages in terms of what you're trying to do today, especially with the ground, the dimensions, and the way that you want to actually play the ground and play the style of footy that you're trying to implement?
Well, we just got to make them defend the whole ground. We can't be playing skinny. When we win the ball back on turnover, we've got to make the ground big, change angles by foot and hand. Out of stoppage, we've got to chain handball a little bit more, and then obviously get it to good areas for our forwards. If we continue to kick it on their heads, we know blokes like Calverrell and Stainthorpe will be having a day out, but I think if we can take those off-the-line kicks and get it to good areas for our forwards, one, they'll either take the mark or they'll compete and bring it to ground and gives our smalls a chance at ground level. But, just take the game on as much as we can, be brave with our ball use. This group has obviously grown the last sort of 7 or 8 weeks, and that's because we've given them a bit of freedom to play the game they want to play and play on instinct too.
So, Matty, how you been?
Good, going well.
Going well.
Going well.
Being a coach is tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tough.
It is.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've noticed this year is the fact that Burke has really stood up. His growth has been enormous this year, and you've had faith in him to be able to put him in a key role, and he's held that role and been exemplary in it, hasn't he?
Yeah, the kid's worked hard. He probably matured a lot over the last 12 months. I think he'd done a pre-season with Box Hill last year, but didn't like it. Probably wasn't mature enough to understand what it takes to get to the next level. Came back and played in Geordie's footy at Vermont last year. We predominantly played him forward, and then goes down and does a pre-season at St Kilda this year. Predominantly plays back down there. So we thought our forward line was working pretty well, and then we've got the ability to put him both ends, and when he gets a run and jump at the footy, he's really hard to stop, and he gets it at the highest point. But yeah, he's been huge for us, and he's part of a young group that came through. They were a really successful Vermont side in sort of 16s, 17s and 19s. So we've got a core group of those guys that are actually playing senior footy for us, which is really good to see. And even obviously the space that our club's in, pretty similar to Rowville in terms of we like to promote within rather than go out and you've got to get 1 or 2 from the outside, but we want to be promoting our younger fellas.
So the 2 that I know pretty well from the outside, one's become a bit of a swing man for you in Ayhan Bajramov.
Yep.
Started forward, been back a little bit recently. On this ground, I would imagine potentially he may go a little bit forward because it opens the ground up, and he is a good leader and a good kick. And then the other one, the crazy one, Isaacs.
Yeah.
I can see why you've gone grey, mate. I can understand that. But he's an unusual player to coach, but there's stuff about him that you just love. Is that the best way of saying it?
Yeah, they call him the junkyard dog. That's what we... when I'd done a bit of research before we recruited him, everyone was telling me he's called the junkyard dog, but I can understand why now after coaching him for 12 months. But both of those blokes, even though they've come from lower divisions, like Ahan's part of our leadership group, he made a huge impact through our pre-season. And then we missed Harry a little bit. We had a bit of groin awareness for about a month there. And we probably don't understand until he comes back into the team how much you do miss him. Like, he's run from behind and he's a little bit erratic in what he does, but that's what and unpredictable, and that's what probably troubles a lot of sides, is you don't know what you're going to get. But in the air, he's tackling pressure and just a ground level play as well. He can play tall or small for you. But Ahan's probably never played back before. We played him, I think it was against South Croydon down back.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
And he probably took 6 or 7 intercept marks by half time, and he actually didn't mind it. I still think at heart he wants to play forward, but we'll see what happens today, whether or not which end he ends up.
And the last one from me, I watched your vision last week, and you look like a team that wants to play here. You look like a team that if you can get onto the bigger grounds, it allows you to get the extra 15 metres space where you really can change lanes and run and use your carry. Have you been able to get out and do some training on a bigger ground to allow you to practice what you get to see today?
No, we haven't, but I think that's probably the biggest challenge with our ground is probably obviously nowhere near the dimensions of this, but I feel like we put a lot of emphasis on our strength and conditioning and all the stuff outside the footy side of things, and I feel like we're in a really good spot with that. Our pre-season was huge. Some of our numbers from our 2K time trials and all that kind of stuff were off the charts. So I feel like we're destined to play on this big ground, and I feel our younger boys that have been exposed to VFL footy as well are used to playing on this stuff. So Weeds with a bit more space, Tyrone Armu with a bit more space. I feel like we'll trouble them a little bit at times, but in saying that, the other end, we know what Wine's like as well, and Stainthorpe can get hold of you in the air as well, and I think even Shoalmax has gone to another level in terms of his ruck work, so he'll be hard to nullify this week for sure. But yeah, I just think we just got to take what the game gives us and just keep coming at him.
Just touching on your young, I'm guessing Oscar Dunn will be playing ruck today as well with Liam Buxton out. How crucial is he today, particularly with his work around the ground going up against a guy like Shoalmakers?
Yeah, he probably played the first 5 rounds this year in the ruck for us and was best on ground every time. And then, unfortunately, Bucko, we may not see him for the rest of the year with he's got a back issue. So, yeah, he's gone on in leaps and bounds. Another Vermont kid as well that his follow-up work, and he's like an extra on-baller for you really around the ground. But overhead, no one really can go with him in the air either. So you'll see him go forward as well as much as he goes in the ruck. So he finds another level for our older blokes in there, and just his follow-up work troubles a lot of other ruckmen he comes up against. But he's been really, really big for us this year.
An exciting prospect as well, amongst plenty of other young prospects in this Vermont side. And the club overall, as you said, you got your reserves and 19s playing here today. Does that give the senior boys a little bit of a lift as well? Did it give them a little bit of a lift last weekend, knowing there was potentially a spot with the reserves and 19s on the line? Yeah,
I think so. The whole club's got a good energy at the moment. I mean, we just got into our new rooms about 5 weeks ago. Yeah. So we've been living out of portables for 18 months. So that's sort of the back end of the year, our form's been at our best, and I think that's because we feel comfortable in a new home now. But I think there's probably 4 or 5 blokes out here that can be injected into our senior side as well. So there's that depth there too, and blokes pushing fine for play.
What's the fight for spots, isn't it? And selection integrity, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And as soon as you have a bad game in this, your spot's on the line. So I feel like having the reserves playing straight after us, before us, gives us that little bit of, fighting for spots.
Yeah, it does, and it's quite exciting to see all 3 Vermont sides out here today, and your boys as well. We're looking forward to seeing them in action, but we better let you go, Matt. You're a busy man, and we appreciate the time you've given in the build-up to this qualifying final. Good luck today.
Thanks, gents. Hang on, before I go.
Yes.
What's the tips?
Oh, I think you know.
Come on. Come on, Brash.
You're going to hate me. I've gone Rowville by 18 points.
Swider?
I haven't. I've tipped Rowville,
Come on, stop sitting on the fence.
No, I've tipped Rowville, but I think you're a lot closer than what you were 6 weeks ago. I think that you've made significant. I think you've actually closed the gap dramatically. I think you're right in the contest.
Stop sitting on the fence.
It's not fence sitting, it's just reality. But the thing is, This is like a free hit for you today.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Are these guys in the sin bin whenever they come to Vermont from here on?
I tipped Vermont the other day, so I tipped them by under a goal, and
You're
I think that's what it will be.
Thanks, Davo.
But, I was going to say, did you say that yesterday, Davo?
This is the last interview I'll do with your boys after that.
Pleasure to have you
Enjoy,
on,
boys.
mate.
No,
Thanks
go
so
get 'em,
much.
mate.
Good luck today
Good stuff, mate.
in this big contest out here at Jubilee Park, and we're looking forward to seeing them in action. We'll go to a break shortly, but of course, as I mentioned before, both Matt and Ben Moyes joined us. We've got the women's grand finals taking place, and as mentioned, Wanturna South in Division 4 and Upper Ferntree Gully in Division 5 won their respective premierships. Upper Ferntree Gully winning 48-38 over Templestowe, whilst Wanturna South won 46-33 over Warrandyte in that grand final, called out at H.A. Parker Reserve by our media manager Ryan Long and Blake Tennant alongside Kate Green out there. We've currently got the Division 1 women's game taking place there between Balwyn and East Ringwood, and Balwyn are set to bring some silverware home to Balwyn Park as they lead 54-7 over East Ringwood, and that's in the third quarter, I believe. They're going to complete the undefeated season as well in only their second season with a senior women's side. And North Ringwood Reds, South Croydon Reds are a pretty close game as well. The Saints lead 23-16 in that game, and that's three-quarter time out at Mulgrave Reserve. So if you want to check out those streams, head to the EFNL YouTube page. We've also got the Premier Division and the Division 2 Grand Final coverage kicking off at 2:20 p.m. Ali Curleys and Oscar Lute go out at Mulgrave Reserve, whilst Ryan Long, Blake Tennant and Kate Green are out at H.E. Park.
Blake's got his suit on, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
The comment, how was the comment early on, Josh, on the first stream? And it just said, Blake Tennant bleeds green.
Yes, I actually read that.
God bless Ethan Kiker. But we're going to go to our first break here. When we return, we're going to have a quick look at some of the games taking place around the grounds as finals start to ramp up in Division 1, 2 and 3.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Rowville taking on Vermont in the Premier Division qualifying final out here. The winner to play East Ringwood in next weekend's second semi-final out here. And East Ringwood's reserves are currently playing at the moment against Vermont's reserves. They lead the Roos 4-7-31 to Vermont 3-4-22. Joshua, and in the under-19s earlier, Blackburn booked their ticket to a second semi-final against Rowville's under-19s with a big victory. I think it was about 57 points in the end, 110-53 against Vermont. So they'll play next weekend out here. All the Blackburn under-19s, and either one of these sides will face Rowville's reserves next weekend in the second semi-final. Josh Ward here alongside Wayne Brasher, Matt Spider-Lee, Brett Davidson as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's like looking at a who's who when you come to a Vermont game. So I'm looking out here and I see David Banfield out here.
Banners, you can't be seeing.
He was at the netball last night as well, David Banfield.
I can see Bailey, who used to play in the ones.
Bill Bailey, yeah.
Billy Bailey. There's a heap of boys here that you can see that have probably got about 60 premierships between them. It's just amazing when you see how successful this club's been and the people that come and continue to follow it. So, yeah, you can say what you like about Vermont, but there's some tradition and some culture and some stuff that here is just...
one of the best guys they got down there, Davo, shrewd operator, fantastic player, Gas Smith.
Oh, yes, I saw him beforehand. Had a chat, and he runs the bench for them. And
he's a legend, mate. Absolute
a ripping
legend.
bloke. Played in 5 or 6 flags.
Yeah, he was about 5 flags.
I think he was captain for a while of the club, so a ripping guy and a great football.
And that's the thing about Vermont, Davo, is, you know, in the years I've been involved, a lot of ex-players still want to stay involved and make sure that they're pushing the club forward. You know, Shane Cooney's also still around. He has a little bit. You got John Easy, who's also the board man in the seniors as well. These are well-credentialed Vermont ex-players who give up a lot of time and energy to make sure that the next group are coming through and setting the club on a forward trajectory.
It's an exciting pathway they've got as well, with plenty of talented youngsters, as we discussed with Matt Adolph before and Ben Wise, and they were fantastic chats. But right now what we're going to get stuck into is what's taking place today across the Eastern Football Netball League Senior Men's Competition. Of course, we'll touch on the Sunday games tomorrow and maybe a little bit later on in the broadcast. But let's start with Division 1, the second semi-final out of Tormore Reserve, which sees North Ringwood play Mitcham. And the Saints, well, they last played in a grand final back in 2014 when they won what was the Division 2 flag back then. They're looking to return to the big stage for the first time since that grand final. The Tigers looking for 3 grand final appearances in the past 4 seasons and an 8th consecutive finals victory. Brash. They've got a good player coming back in Josh May after he missed last weekend due to a hamstring injury. Tom Lovell was listed as an emergency and haven't seen any changes to Mitcham's side in the last couple of hours, but it wouldn't be a complete surprise if he does pull on the boots today. North Ringwood ring in the changes after their last game where they had some youngsters playing, guys like Charlie and Toby Nash, Ruben Natsis, Jackson Mooney, Jack Lewison. They bring back guys like Kieran Rice, Jaden Van Noonan, Luke Patterson and Taylor Davidson. They're gearing up for this contest out of Tormore Reserve, I reckon.
They certainly are, and out of all the games this weekend, Josh, I found this game in particular the hardest game to analyse, mainly because of the fact that I think both these sides are well credentialed to win this afternoon to go straight into a grand final. I think both sides have clearly shown throughout the year that they are the 2 best sides in Division 1. I love the way that Manny Price has actually...
he's done an unbelievable
job of bringing that club back together, considering where they've come from in recent years. He's united the club. He's rejuvenated the playing list to a stage that I've watched them a couple of times, and they play some exhilarating brand of football.
Yeah, well, Rice coming back into the team is going to make a big difference today, and they've got a number of inclusions. So Mitcham are going to have their hands full.
And Mitcham are and no doubt about it, Mitcham are the proven dogs, the big dogs in Division 1 and have been, bar last year when they were a small fish in a big pond and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. But they haven't rested on their laurels. They came back down, took their medicine, and they're back to fighting again for another grand final spot. So I think that's an achievement in itself. Coming down to Tavay, eight changes as against a very settled Mitcham side. Normally I would be going with a side, right, that doesn't make too many changes and looks very settled. But I look at the ins for for North Ringwood compared and the outs and where those players are going to play this afternoon. And I just think that it's going to be a really intriguing contest, because I think when I looked at the matchups just basically on what the sides are putting, and there's going to be some fascinating matchups on those 18 positions on the ground. And I think it's going to come down to how many of those players are going to break better than even on each other's opponent and have them and have the most influence. And I'm going to go with North Ringwood, but I'm going to go with North Ringwood at the barest of margins. And I'm going to say, I'm going North Ringwood, and I'm going to say they'll win by a point.
Okay, well, I'm going for Mitcham, like I spoke about yesterday, Davo, and it's just on the basis I was really impressed with what they did last week against Park Orchards. They really worked them over. The ability to get the ball into their forward half, lock the ball in, but also to be able to score like they did. Mitch Johnson was outstanding last week after coming back from his injury. I just think they've got all the qualities in that forward line to kick a winning score today.
Yeah, look, I've looked at the intangibles. That's what I've tended to look at, because I look at both sides and go, it's pretty difficult to separate both the teams because they're very, very strong. And the intangible for me is the fact that Mitcham are undefeated at Baronia. And that they play that ground better probably than Baronia do. And they have played incredibly well in finals there, and they know how to win finals there. And it's not that North Ringwood don't. It's the intangible that gets them over the line, in my point. And so, for me, they win by a goal.
Yeah, I've said about a goal or two, but I just think Mitcham win.
I tip Mitcham as well. I think it'll be probably around about one or two points, I should say.
Obviously, Alden not playing for Mitcham. If he didn't get suspended and he plays today, would that have given Mitcham a more better advantage, Davo?
Well, it's certainly, he's a quality footballer, so that's number one. He's a different sort of forward to the other forwards they've got. But I think that's the strength of their side, is that they are hard to match up on, because their forward line with Parenti is a different sort of forward to Johnson.
Yeah, good size, good talls, good beams, good smalls.
Alden is another different sort of player, and if they had Lovell in there, he's another different. They've got very different sorts of forwards, whereas while North Ringwood are good scoring, apart from Livingston up there, who's a real key forward, they do rely on some guys to drift. Van Unen's got to really have a good game. And he can, at his age at the moment, drift in and out a little bit. He's really got to play well today for them to get scoring, because otherwise they rely on their midfield to score a little bit more than what Mitcham do. But it's going to be tight, and as you said, Brash, you do the matchups, a bit like today's game here.
Yeah.
You do the matchups, and there's some fascinating matchups with both sides today.
Oh, yeah, there 100% is, and I think that will... in my favour, Mitcham only just, though. I think this is going to be a really cracking contest out of Tormore Reserve. The winner to, as said, book their ticket to the Division 1 Grand Final. Speaking of Division 2, they've got their second semi-final out at Walker Park today, and it is the two best sides of the division going head-to-head, let's face it. Surrey Park and Templestowe. The Dockers, ultra impressive last weekend. Brash, Davo, we were all at this game, and they blitzed Mulgrave from the start, who were disappointing, but Templestowe's special was a lead from the outset. With all those changes coming in, they regained Bo Mitchner. They do have a laid out, however, no Ryan Giovannini, so a bit of a loss defensively and for their ruck stocks, but Surrey also, as mentioned on the podcast yesterday, no Ben Woodfall. They obviously bring back the players who didn't play in round 18, guys like Dill Williams, Tom Smith, Blake Laidler as well, who'll be fresh and raring to go this weekend. What do you make of this contest, Brash? I think it's going to be a really cracking contest.
The one thing I always love about finals and being part of this team, we have to sit down and look at all the pros and cons and the matchups, and this is what we thrive on, especially when it comes to finals. you'd be forgiven to think last week that Templestowe were probably the team to beat before the finals started, the way that they demolished Mulgrave last week. But this week they come up against a side that they take no prisoners as far as I'm concerned. They're one of those sides that just thrive on the challenge. You throw the challenge out to them, it's like dangling the bait. They'll take it, right, and they're not afraid to run with it. And to me, Surrey's trajectory is they're still a club on the rise, and I think they've got a lot of run in that side that hasn't really had to come to the fore as much so far. And I think this is where their young players and their players that have got leg speed, this is the area or the time of the year where they start to excel. For as clinical as what Templestowe were last week, I'm still not totally convinced that if that when they can't get the game on their terms, especially in the midfield, they struggle to actually find avenues to their forwards, and I think they get starved a lot. I think they played the perfect game last week because they were aggressive and they wanted to take the game away from Mulgrave from the word go. They won't be allowed that luxury this afternoon because I think Surrey Park will be out to basically try and play the same type of game early on and reinforce that their authority on the contest.
But I think too, Brush, considering at the start of the year when Templestowe beat Surrey, so they have beat them this year. Right?
I
they
accept
have.
that.
Right? So they have beat them this year. They've got players back in the team. Look, I am tipping Surrey, but I actually think this might be a bit closer than what we're probably thinking, but I do...
I think most of us were thinking it's going to be a pretty close contest.
Yeah, I think that Templestowe, off the back of last week, I think they'll go in with some confidence, but I do believe Surrey Park will get over the line and progress to a grand final. But
I agree.
I don't think it'll be as easy as what some people out there do think. But I think Templestowe, the key to them, Dave, is the way they start. They must start the game well today and cannot be chasing this game.
So there is a couple of things. One, Mitchener coming in is huge.
Yeah.
Because Surrey do not have anyone that can actually combat him, and I think that's one thing. And his feed and his relationship with Fogarty in particular is just hard to compete against. So they're going to get some first use. That's number one. I'm not sure if Giovannini's out. Does that mean McSwain has come back in?
Yeah, McSwain comes back into the lineup.
Okay, so he certainly adds a difference. He can play forward and back. But I think I got a funny feeling, because I don't reckon he's done it until the start of the year. I've got a funny feeling that Dill Williams is going to stand up today and tell us why he's played where he has and he's come back to this competition. I think he's built for finals. And I think he's going to come out and play a super game. I think Surrey will win it. I think it's going to be close. I think Templestowe's side, last week they were extraordinary, and if they play Carl Giovannini in the back half again, Surrey are going to have to do something about that because they can't allow him to do anything.
I think they will do something.
Quickly, Dave, all right, does Kenworthy concede the ruck with Mitchener and get one of his midfields to actually try and ruck to where Mitchener is going to direct most of his traffic?
It sounds easier than what it is, because the thing about Mitchener is that he's not a 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock player. No. He's got the ability to change his hands mid-leap, and the players know exactly where it's going to go. So his drop ball to Fogarty is unbelievable because they block and allow Fogarty to run through.
So, all right, Dave.
But they'll throw Palmer in there. Palmer will jump into him, and he's tall and he's skinny, and he'll get his hands close. It'll just be to see whether they can change that dynamic at all in that middle.
I think it's best left unspoken who I'll be tipping, especially after what happened 2 weeks ago.
Surrey Park Vermont by 8 points.
Yeah, I'll say 9 points. I'll go one up on you. Brash.
Yeah, I'll go Sobery. Well, a couple of goals, but I do think Templestowe are going to be well and truly in this game if they can play to that level similar to what they played last week. And, if they played to that level that they did early in the year when they actually beat them.
I agree.
I'm going Surrey by 2 goals.
And I think you're right about Dill Williams, Davo. He's had a good end to the season as well. Had some big games, including against Lilydale, and that was when Kenworthy unleashed him into the midfield. And I found it interesting that he started the season up forward because he's a much better player around the footy where he can impact the play, get possessions, and get it inside forward 50 or at least gain territory.
So I don't know what they're going to do. This is the thing with Templestowe. They don't often tag. If you look at their midfield, they'll start with Fogarty, they'll have Mariani in there, and they'll have their vice-captain in there.
Yep.
I don't think any of them are going to go to Williams if he's playing in the midfield. So I don't know whether they'll bring someone in to have it, because they'll have Ari Motter in there as well.
They will.
And they'll throw him in. So will they tag him or will they just go head-to-head? I think it's a danger to go head-to-head because I think at Mitchum's ground, he could really create damage.
Yeah, he certainly can. And then the final game today, taking place out of Wally 2 Reserve, is the Division 3 preliminary final, a rematch of the qualifying final that we saw a fortnight ago between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. And, of course, Upper Ferntree Gully, they, as we discussed on the podcast yesterday, Ducks and Drapes with their lineup, they have only one change heading into this weekend with Taylor Raymond coming in, whilst the Basin don't make any changes. As said on the podcast yesterday, Buster Todd was listed as an emergency, and
surely he plays.
You'd be shocked if he didn't, and he is still listed as an emergency, so perhaps he won't be pulling on the boots this afternoon, Buster. But it's still an opportunity for Upper Gully. I've still got the Basin winning this game, Brash. I just think that game and the entire season in general will hold them in good stead against Upper Gully today.
Right, I got 2 points to this particular game. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tight. Which side do I think has the capability of breaking the game open and lead their side to victory? For mine, that's the Basin. But for Upper Ferntree Gully, they've got to find a way to get Rory Bailey into the game. Yep. Instead of playing off a half-back flank, because where he's playing is completely they are wasting his ability to win the ball and to be also a goal kicker. Get him involved in the contest.
I just had a look at the Basin's lineup as well. No Lockie Kruger, so Lucas Gibbons comes into the lineup.
Well, Kruger out for me is massive, and that's why. Look, I've gone for Upper Ferntree Gully, and I explained on the podcast yesterday because I just feel that you can turn that result around. Oh, sure, they were goalless in that second half a couple of weeks back, but I actually thought there was periods in that game, particularly in that second term, that they actually looked quite damaging. And when they did get the ball into their forward line, they could move the ball. And guys like, if Strange gets going, if Ethan Harris, gets his hands on the ball, I just feel, Davo, that Upper Ferntree Gully in this game, they're well and truly in this, and we know what Jordan Nuku can do, defensively. He's shown that. So I really feel that Chris Fletcher can really turn that result around from a couple of weeks ago. And we have seen that happen in the past, when teams have come back to play again in finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I copped a bit of flack yesterday afternoon from a few people I know who, when I said that it's going to be 7 goals is going to win the game, I'm standing by it because the reality is that neither of those two sides score big, and unless they're playing a lower opposition. So I don't think they actually score big. They're both very defensively minded. I think the big key is what you've just said then, and I said it yesterday. I thought Kruger was going to be crucial to them.
Yeah.
Because he played a very good final the last time. He got them alight. He sets them up. He's really good as an inside-outside player.
Yep.
They're not going to have him. Gibbons is a nice, handy footballer, but he's getting on a bit now. And, he won't cover the ground as well as Kruger does. I'm changing my tip. I'm going for Upper Gully by under a goal because I think they will they will smother the Basin enough to be able to score enough to win the game.
I think the Basin will be able to get over the line. There's plenty happening in this reserves contest as well.
The crowd's up and about.
We've got the Vermont faithful in front of us, and they've just hit the front in the last 2 or 3 minutes. So it's 5-6-36 Vermont leading East Ringwood 4-8-32.
And they do not like each other, these two clubs.
I was going to say.
I'm telling you now, I've been watching this game. Behind the scenes,
it's hot.
It's been very hot. Let's just say that. There's been a lot of niggle between these guys.
I'm tipping the Basin by 9 points.
Yeah, I'll tip the Basin by, I'll say 5 points now. With Lachlan Kruger out, it is a bit of a loss. Touching on the women's grand finals results, we've got a final score from out at H.E. Parker Reserve in the Div 1 grand final, and Bulwen have completed the perfect season. 11-7-73, knocking off East Ringwood 1-2-8 in that game out at H.E. Parker Reserve. And North Ringwood, while they're second of 3 sides. They currently lead South Croydon 36-22 out at Mulgrave Reserve, and that's in the dying stages of that contest as well. So the Saints look set to win a historic first flag with the development side as well, Davo.
It just shows you what it means to have a quality coach in football. Baldwin's first foray into it.
Yes.
Penny Cooler-Reid is their coach.
Okay. Exceptional.
So there you go. You bring an exceptional coach in, can obviously recruit. They've got an area which they haven't been in, and suddenly they go undefeated.
Yeah, unbelievable effort.
Pretty good effort.
Made finals last year, lost to Surrey Park in the first semi-final. Have gone on to win the flag here and are set to play Premier Division footy next season as Vermont extend their lead in the reserves by 5 points. Dave Spider, neither of you are going to be on the call throughout this game. So just some final thoughts before we go to one last break here, as there's continues to be a fair bit happening out here at Jubilee Park. But Spider, who do you backed in Rowville in the podcast?
Yeah, and earlier I said Rowville when Matt was on. Look, I just think Rowville will do the job. I think this will be a lot closer than people anticipate. I just really believe Vermont will come to play early, and if they put pressure on, particularly in the first quarter, and really press hard, use the ball, be urgent around the ball, they'll certainly take it up to Rowville. But I just think the way that Rowville do use the ball, and if they can lock that ball in their forward half, they're going to score, and with guys like Lockie Wyland doing some damage. So I just think Rowville in the end will get it done, but I think it's going to be a really close contest.
As we have a shot here from Jake Malone for the East Ringwood Reserves, really tucked up to the boundary line. We won't have it up on the stream, but he's actually made a pretty decent fist of it. We might just call the remainder of this reserves game. It's that enthralling, Davo, but just your final thoughts ahead of the seniors contest between Rowville and Vermont. Hopefully as close as this Resi's game.
Yeah, I'm going Vermont by 4 points. I just think they're going to enjoy the open space. I think they're going to allow some of those young kids to really run and carry. And I think also Rowville are incredibly well coached, and they'll be tough to beat. But I'm just going to Vermont have just learned how to win. They've learned how to win this year.
Well, the last 10 weeks, they've been unbelievable, haven't they?
Yeah,
12 of the last 15. They've just been superb.
They have been, as their reserves look on track to win here, which will give their senior boys a bit of a lift. But we're going to go to one final break here, and when we return, we'll bring in the call team for this Premier Division qualifying final. Rowville taking on Vermont.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. Premier Division qualifying final action out here between Rowville and Vermont. The winner to play East Ringwood in next weekend's second semi-final and move one step closer to booking in a grand final ticket as the Eagles make their way onto the field after the reserves got over the line 37-33 over East Ringwood. The Roos 4-9-33 to Vermont 5-7-37 in that game. And they're very boisterous, are the Vermont boys, as you'd expect ahead of what is a massive contest and what was a massive win for their reserves out here. To kickstart or continue the day for Vermont after their under-19s, unfortunately for them, went down to Blackburn quite convincingly as well. Josh Ward here. The full call team has assembled and riding shotgun. It's always a pleasure to call alongside this man, Jared Beanland. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you very much, Josh, and g'day to all the listeners, of course. We've reached the pointy end of the season here in 2026. Premier Division qualifying final between Vermont and Rowville. Such a storied rivalry over the past few years between these two teams, and hopefully I'll have enough voice left after last night's unfortunate loss for Collingwood. We'll see what happens. If Davo and I burst into tears throughout the call, you'll know why.
At least Matt Spider-Lee has moved elsewhere for the moment.
Yeah.
Of course, I did find it surprising that Spider and Davo didn't separate themselves during the pre-game after the events that transpired last night. And speaking of the pre-game, it was a great one, wasn't it, Wayne Brasher? Good to have you in the special comments chair as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Josh. Yes, it was an absolute pleasure, and another good edition of the pre-match. Always good, these finals pre-matches. The coach is generous. Give us everything that we ask of them, and obviously the game that's confronting us in the next couple of minutes is probably a match-up for a month ago that wasn't happening.
Not even 2 weeks ago when, of course, a few things had to go the way of the Eagles if they were to get the double chance. They did, and here they are now with a chance to book in a ticket next weekend against East Ringwood in the second semi-final against the Rowville side that's in really good form. And also in the special comments chair, it's an absolute delight to have this woman join us on a Saturday afternoon out here at Jubilee Park. One of the Sandringham Dragon coaches, Emily Mackay. Welcome, Em.
Oh, I got a massive smile on my face after that. That was very nice, Woody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm really excited to come watch this final today.
It's absolutely exciting to come watch Premier Division finals as well, as Anthony Brolick is in the middle. I can see Ben Warren-Smith lumbering around, Dave Parker as well, who continues to shine on the big stage, and the two captains, Lachlan Dixon, one of 3 inclusions for Vermont today, tossing the coin as the stand-in skipper in the absence of James Ross. He's got Anthony Brolick for company as well, and the toss has just been done. And it is Vermont who will be kicking to the left of you broadcast to the Gardini Avenue end of Jubilee Park, whilst Rowville kick to the right or to the Aquanation end, Lee.
One small shout out also to Mick Conway, ground manager today. He's a stalwart of the EFNL community also.
They've done a magnificent job, have Ringwood, and they've got some of the best burgers around as well. So if you're here listening to the game on your radio, be sure to go down to the barbecue. It's one of the best slot burgers, maybe not quite like the Coles burger out of Rowville, but still absolutely fantastic. Ben Warren Smith, we're going down to you now, though. How are conditions down on ground level now?
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I feel like I just did the walk of shame, seeing you didn't let me do the coin. But it's great to be down here at ground level. The ground is in picture perfect conditions down here. As far as the wind goes, it's heading towards the Eastland end, so it's to the left forward pocket, so left of your screen. So it'll be about a 1 goal breeze maybe, but at the end of the day, it's really great conditions down here at ground level. See in the middle of the ground, the around the cricket pitch area, that's green and patchy. It's not wet underfoot, even though it might look like that from afar. The rest of the ground's dry as a bone. Conditions are great. The crowd's in. Get around it.
Pretty decent crowd as well. I'm sure you'll enjoy shaking hands and kissing babies' heads as well.
I'm going to go and stand in front of Ray Baird and piss him off.
That doesn't sound so bad. But your tip for this contest and a margin as well, if possible?
Look, it's... I really want to get on the Vermont train, to be honest. Like, they've been coming and coming and coming, and this is the time that Vermont really rise to the occasion, and I've got a sneaky feeling that they're going to go right down to the wire here, and I'm going to pick Vermont by 1 point.
Don't mind that call. Hopefully it's just that close, and hopefully it's as close as this reserves game as well, but we'll cross down to you throughout the day. Always doing a fantastic job, whether that be calling or on the boundary. Ben Warren Smith, Brush, you've already given your tip in the pre-game. You said it straight to Matt Adolphos as well. You tipped the Hawks, but the Eagles are every chance, aren't they, today?
Well, was that to give him some motivation, Brash?
They are, and the thing is, look, as I said on the pre-match, these are the games that when you sit down as an analyst and you're trying to work out who's going to find a moment in time in winning the game, and to me, this is what this game is all about. It's about a moment in time. And the reason why I picked Rowville is because I think they're going to get a period of about 10 or 15 minutes where I just think that they might be able to exert enough influence and probably open up a bit of a lead that Vermont may struggle to bring back under control.
I agree, which is why I'm also backing in Rowville. We'll go to you next, Jared Bainland. Who you got in this contest?
Yeah, I've got to go with Rowville for this one. I think the ground will suit their run and gun style. I think Vermont will have a bit of trouble keeping up with them. And look... Rowville, they've proved themselves to be quality all across this season. They've seen to Vermont a couple of times already by comfortable margins. I'd love for Vermont to give a fight for this, but I've got to go with Rowville.
Emily Mackay, your final tip as well, and potential margin as well?
Well, we saw them round 12s not too long ago, and I know that a lot has changed for Vermont in these last couple of weeks in particular, but I really love the way that Rowville played, their ability to play a slow game when needed, a fast game when needed, to run and carry, to spread, to work back when needed. I'm backing Rowville by 12.
Absolutely, I'm backing in Rowville as well. Jared Bainland to get us underway in this Premier Division qualifying final.
The finals are underway for 2026 in Premier Division. The pointy end of the season is here. Still no clear clearance just yet. Stapleton, one of the best tacklers in the division, in the league, opens his account for the tackles and holds Vermont at bay for now. The tap comes down. Johns couldn't quite get a hand to it. Good tackling pressure as well there by Jordan Jaworski, holding the game up for now. Umpire throws it aloft. Schoenmaker's got it down. Callum Smith squeezed a kick away somehow. Johns is going to have to track it. No, beaten to it by Martingale. Gets it to Duffy, and Rowville on the early warpath. Just bounced out of the hands of Noah Burke to the advantage of Scrivenos. Tried to get it to McDonald. Vermont able to hold up here under the threat of the first Rowville push forward. Now Vermont win it back. And the mark's been taken by Adrian Kalkowski, playing up the ground. Reinvented himself as a high half forward after kicking plenty of goals in 2023. Lockie Johns now, all class, sends it. And an uncharacteristic error by him. He sent it out on the full. And it's going to be Kyle Stainthorpe, the in for today for Rowville, to hand it off to, is this Mitch Schruck, I think?
I reckon it is Mitch Schruck, who goes a short kick, which went over the top of his teammate's head, and it opened the door for the Eagles, who, through handballs, get it to Lucas Vasses. Long kick inside forward 50 to the right forward pocket, right in front of the cricket nets, where it's intercepted by Kyle Stainthorpe. Of course, the former VFL man goes with a dangerous kick, still worked out to John Jaworski on his half-back line, who goes inboard because he's got a player loose in Stapleton. Handballs it off immediately to his teammate, who sends it long inside 50. Out the back is Lockie Wide. He'll pick up this footy, can't take it cleanly though. Was he taken high? He was. And the Hawks' leading goal kicker can go back and kick what would be goal number 66 for season 2026. He kicked 5 last weekend in Rowville's big victory over Baldwin. He'll be looking to add a first here as well.
Yeah, Wine played all 18 games this year, kicked 65 goals, as you said, Josh. He's averaging over three a game. So, I mean, he's a big-time player for a big-time game.
We've got the perfect view of this as well. The former North Melbourne, the former Box Hill Hawk, to give Rowville the perfect start outs here at a packed Jubilee Park as well. Plenty of support for both the Hawks and the Eagles, and plenty of neutrals as well, as Wind comes in for the first goal of this afternoon's contest. And he goes straight over the goal umpire's hat, who gives the 2-finger salute, and it's the Hawks 1 straight 6 to Vermont, yet to score after 3 minutes of play.
That transition of play through the midfield there by Stapleton was the catalyst for breaking that Vermont defence open then.
And they did that really well last time I saw them play. So, you know, we're expecting more from them. I'm surprised that the ball went over the top though. So usually they're really good at those hit-up targets when they break through. So I'm curious to see how the next sort of 5 minutes unfold with their forward 50 entries.
So we return to the centre. Vermont not going to be too disheartened by Rowville getting the first goal, but Edwards nearly cleared it. Well done by Isaacs, running up and affecting the contest. Huge kick inside forward 50, over the back, nearly a huge flying mark for Rowville, but it's Eichhoff at ground level. Provides good representation, and now out to Edwards. Juggles the mark. Has a runner in Jaworski, turns this way and that, trying to find his options. Didn't do so there, and McCluskey took the mark. How good has this kid been this year? He's, only 19 or 20, and he's played every game of the year, I believe. His kick wasn't great, though. It targeted Kalkowski. Martingale was there. Duffy and Rowville will thrust forward once more. One-on-one situation. Spills out to Scrivenos. Henry Smith's going to have to be composed. Does gather the ball. Flings it over the top, and Vermont, just didn't quite take it cleanly there. They did done. Comes back to Henry Smith. Hoiks the ball over the wing. Good marking contest, spilt out now to Stainthorpe to Schoenmakers, and Rowville transition over the wing once more. Mark taken, Edwards searching for options inside forward 50. No, kept it low. Jaworski once more. And the speed of the game suddenly slows down as Jaworski considers his options. Inside forward 50, punched away from McDonald. Good defence by Vermont. Scooped up by Jenkins. No, lost it. Plenty of pressure. Very hot in the kitchen at the moment, but Vermont able to get a kick away, and Almu with a great grab on the wing. Trying to settle things down, trying to send Vermont forward. Not quite able to hit up Wiedemann, and great pressure by Stainthorpe, preventing that from going any further.
Yeah, Jared McCluskey, 18 games, averaging 22 disposals a game, so he's had a breakout year.
He has been excellent. 5.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. Rowville have the first goal on the board. Over the back of Dunn, and now to Brolick. Good mark taken by Will Verrill, and Rowville to load up once more.
Centre wing far side as he goes backwards. Not 15, said the umpire, but Jaworski still got it away. The handball to Brolick, who elects to go inside his defensive 50. But Cole Stainthorpe is on his side, as is Calvero on the right half-back flank. He goes short once again with the kick to Mitch Gamel. His opponent slips on the mark, allows him to lace out Matt Davey right in front of us and right in front of the Vermont interchange bench. The Rowville stalwart with a shanky kick. It'll still reach his teammate there in Tyson Struck, who got it back to Davey, chipped it over the top to the right half forward flank. Well, the good grab was taken uncontested by Blake Chambers. Of course, majority of the season at the VFL level with the Saints. He heads backwards to Jesse Eichhoff, who launches it inside forward 50. The mark's built there by Vassars. A good contest between him and Jaworski, and Vassars follows up with a tackle on Stapleton. We'll have a ball up in the forward 50 for the Hawks. His umpire tosses this back up. Dunn juggles it in the end from Ruck. Got the handball away to Jenkins, who's streaming through the defensive 50 and getting a kick away in the direction of Callum Smith, who gains territory to centre wing. Handball back to Lachlan Jenkins, who is immediately tackled by Jesse Eichhoff, and the umpire says, "You're done." Holding the ball, says the umpire. And it is Jesse Eichhoff, who's missed majority of the season. Come back in the last couple of weeks. His kick was a grubber, and it'll be turned over here to Cal Smith, who was stripped of it. Vassars mops up, not cleanly though. Clark did really well, got it to Eichhoff. Eichhoff, the handball to Stapleton. Stapleton heads long. It'll be touched according to the umpire as Will Cox pushes out wide legally. The handball back to Noah Burke, who got a handball away to his teammate who was under pressure there in Luke Wilson. There's plenty of bodies now surround this footy. The Eagles clear defensive 50 through a high up and under ball, which is locked up on the half-back flank line for the Hawks. Or for the Eagles, I should say.
Rowville's tackling pressure has been good early. Vermont just fumbling a little bit when they take possession of the ball.
Yeah, there is plenty of pressure out there. Dunn feels that immediately from that ruck contest. Schoenmaker's wrapped up. We'll get another throw up.
In saying that, Brash, Vermont got a lot of numbers down back. They're really making it so hard for Rowville to move the ball forward really cleanly to their 50.
Dunn engages well, but it's fallen for Clark. High ball inside forward 50. McDonald over the back, couldn't quite claim it. And now it's spilt for Will Verrill, but his shot at goal missed to the left. One behind. They add to their tally. 1-1-7. Vermont to bring this one back in. And where will they go? Out here towards us in the broadcast box. It's fallen for Coughlin. Kept it low into the pocket. There's no representation for Rowville there. Vermont unable to claim clean possession, and it's all wrapped up in the pocket.
So I think what we're going to see here is a lot of ball in Rowville's forward half. Not necessarily the shots on goal, but just so many numbers.
Dunn over the top, took a fly in the ruck contest. Stapleton's there to challenge and try and scrounge something for Rowville, but Vermont briefly able to escape defensive 50, but the boundary line took it over.
It's at the right half forward flank for the Hawks. About 50 metres out from their big sticks as Wine moves into position to go up against Oscar Dunn. Wine gets from position, but Dunn from behind still won it down, searching for Johns. It's Will Verrell. They get a handballs away to McDonald, who chucks it on the boot, a high up and under ball. Should be marked, and it is strongly there by Riley Askew, who heads backwards with the kick to Matthew Wilcox. Wilcox to the right back pocket from the from the defensive goal square to Vassars. Vassars a dangerous kick, which is immediately turned over to Jesse Eichhoff, who can stream into goal and falls short. The intercept mark taken by Thomas McCluskey on the last line of defence, who heads out to the left back pocket. Lockie Johns searches for Lachlan Jenkins with the kick. He can't take clean possession and is happy to see it over. Former Rowville player as well. Jenkins started his senior career there, but has since had a massive impact on this Vermont side since coming across a couple of years back, and will be key in their charge today and for the remainder of the season as Schoenmakers won it down. Spencer broke the Schoenmakers tackle, got it to Johns with the handball. He goes inboard with the handball to Wilson, who was under pressure, still got it away to Spencer. Wheels onto his left, kicks it to centre wing broadcast side where it fell short of Badramov. Gamels out the back, got it to Struck, who elects to go backwards. Left foot kick to the half-back line. Will eventually be run onto by Jordan Jaworski in his defensive 50, and he chips it over the top to centre wing where Matt Davey is. The Rowville veteran goes long in the Stapleton direction, created space and took a good grab. The former Williamstown man between on the left half forward flank for the Hawks as he goes inboard to Jaworski. He goes backwards and inboards once again to his skipper, Brolick. Brolick goes short. It fell short of Ikov, who was looking for a high free kick. Nothing doing, said the umpire. And he says, give it to me, I'll toss it up. 11 minutes gone. It's Rowville 1-1-7 to Vermont, yet to score.
Vermont struggling to make any plays forward thus far in this first quarter, nearly. He got the hands away to Isaacs, now to Lockie Johns. Just had to pick a target, well didn't. And now Josh Clark is on the warpath into the pocket. Scrambling back in defence, Vermont unable to do so. McDonald set upon, great tackle.
The one thing that Rowville have done successfully early is they've taken Vermont's half-forward line out of the contest. Vermont's half-forward line is all over the place at the moment. There's no structure there whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a player down at the moment. He's clutching his ankle. I couldn't quite tell who it is.
It's a Rowville player.
Yes, indeed.
I was going to say, is it...
Sorry, Jared. That's probably the last thing that Rowville would want is another key injury to a forward.
I don't think it's Lockie. It might be Lockie Wines. It looks. I think
it's Wine.
It is Lockie Wine. That's a cruel blow for Rowville, particularly with Wine kicking the first goal.
And it's his kicking foot as well, his right foot. So he can't put any weight through it.
Yeah, he's struggling at the moment, and he's last year he was obviously crippled by injury. He only played, I think, about the 4 or 5 games, and obviously he kicked 12 goals in those games. But we've seen the kind of impact he's had this season on this Rowville side. Now that changes things. It probably forces a guy like Cole Stainthorpe to head up forward, puts a bit more pressure on a guy like Tate Scrivanos as well.
Well, he still can't put any weight through that right foot of his.
That does not
That's a bit
good.
that's a real worry for him.
Keep a close eye on that on the boundary with our superstar boundary rider Ben Warren Smith as Wine lumbers his way off the ground. This is not something we like to see as well, especially after, as you said, Brash, another key forward with Matt Taylor going down in the last time we saw Rowville with, unfortunately, as Ben Moy said, essentially a broken leg injury. So fingers crossed it's not the worst, but it's such a cruel blow for such a talented footballer as well.
Yeah, I can't imagine how that would feel for Rowville players and supporters as we go down boundary side with Ben Warren Smith.
On the plus side for Wind, as he's making his way off the ground, all of a sudden he's starting to put a little bit of weight on.
Yeah,
that's good.
I'll make my way over there. Expect him to probably get some solid taping done. I'm not going to call his date done yet.
No.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It is a good sign that he is indeed putting weight on it.
Yeah, it does look like he's walking a bit better now.
If they put ice on him, then it's a different story.
Of course.
Once the ice on, it's done.
Yeah.
Well, we are 14 minutes gone in this first quarter, qualifying final action. The umpire calls the play back on. Rowville maintain that 7-point lead. Good tap by Dunn, as trying to fish for it is Davey for Rowville. Will Verrill there as well. Another ball up though. It does change the complexion of the game if Wyand does remain off the ground. Dunn tried to rip it out of the ruck and swinging booted it by Henry Smith. It's come now for Spencer. He was wrapped up.
There is no clear path for Vermont at the moment. Rowville attacking ferociously.
Yeah. Fighting in a phone box. Prevailed for Vermont, and it was Noah Burke just getting the hand to it at the end.
1-2-8, the Hawks. Vermont still yet to register a score as Burke heads long to the far side wing where Wiedemann crushed the only Rowville opponent he went up against. It's the Hawks who still win the ground ball, and they handball it away inside forward 50 with the kick to McDonald. Was spoiled from behind by Burke, who is run down by Seth McDonald and forces a stoppage. As the former South Belgrave player in the left forward pockets, about 25-30 metres out from the Rowville goals, done most of the attacking. Of course, in this qualifying final so far is Amu going up in ruck, tapped it down to Spencer, who was tackled immediately by Tyler Edwards, and another ball up. Woolen Shoe in the left forward pocket as McCluskey slips. The tap down one by the Hawks as Duffy tries to burrow his way through, couldn't. Results in yet another stoppage and more time taken off the clock for the Hawks as they have it once again in their attacking territory. They wouldn't mind another with the territory they've had, particularly in the last couple of minutes, as this ball continues to remain in the left forward pocket. Young Tyrone Omu, built like a man, will go up in ruck and win this tap down, take matters into his own hands. Got it to Wilson. Wilson to Spencer on that loping left boot of his. Got it to the centre half back from the right back pocket. It'll be picked up here eventually by his vice captain in Kalkowski. Got it to Barlow, dances his way out of trouble and got a kick away to Luke Wilson, who heads from his defensive 50 to the far side wing, where Grimster forced the contest and is happy to see that over alongside Jordan Jaworski. And right in front of the scoreboard, this ball will be tossed back into play. Centre wing, far side.
Tricky stuff for Vermont. The game has really stiffened up in the past 5 minutes or so. That's very, very tight contest. A lot of stoppages. Scrivenos got the tap down. Vermont able to win the clearance, however. Wilson flings it out into the path of Dixon. Tries to step this way and that. Had to retreat, though. Spencer was an ally in that situation. Now he gets the ball inside forward 50. Off the hands of Bajramov. Comes to Wiedemann. Back to Bajramov. This could be Vermont's first. Not quite. Just the one behind. Too narrow of a kick, but Vermont do get their first score on the board with that point.
Good work there by Wiedemann. Bajramov probably had needed to do a bit better there.
Struck on kick-out duties. It's to the right back pocket where Jackson McDonald, the late inclusion, is coming in for Nash Wood as he chips it over the top to Tyler Edwards. Fantastic season for the former Casey Demon and one of many former Eastern Rangers in this Rowville side. As he goes backwards to the right half-back flank and inboard as well. To Schrock, who goes with a dangerous kick into the middle. It'll pay off to Jaden Martingale, who heads from the half-back line to inside forward 50 with Duffy's all on his lonesome. Handballs it to Matt Davey, who has Brolick in the goal square, and he should kick the goal. The skipper, he does.
That's too easy. That is way too easy. I know Rowville took the punt there and the kick came off, but Vermont, they just got caught ball watching there, and they just let Rowville run that outside pattern with no pressure. You can't afford to do that on a ground like Ringwood.
And we might be needing a new footy as well, because that went into Aquanation, I reckon.
It's gone for a swim.
This is the Rowville side that we saw last time. So their ability to work from the back line and sprint forward, that is pretty much impossible to defend. And while Vermont are having the numbers in the defensive 50, their transition out is so slow that's the reason why they're not able to get the ball anywhere past defensive 50.
Not only is it slow, but the fact is they're not hitting a target either. They're over-kicking it or over-handballing it. They're being forced into error.
Tyron Armour's taken to the ruck again for Vermont, but it spilled out the back of the contest for Tyson Schrock. Got it to Coughlin. He was tackled, but Clark was there to provide assistance and a nifty kick. Found a mark. Now back to Tyson Schrock on the outside. It's Jaworski. Has Clark in assistance again. Nearly a mark taken by McDonald. Yes, he did complete it.
Was either that, Jared, or going to be a free kick either way?
That is true. It was front on contact. Now with no wind down there, Brolick has gone to the goal square. He lowers the eyes, nearly hit up a target. It was Dixon that did well in that situation. Oh, it's just spilled out the back. Trying to force the issue. Great tackle by Edwards, by Isaacs. Holding the ball. And that was nearly Rowville breaking free for another one. Isaacs put a stop to that. Vermont tried the other exits, and there's a free kick on the way. Which way?
Downfield.
Downfield it is. Thomas Grimster at 25 as well. So, bit of assistance here for Vermont. They get marched up the ground. Grimster not messing around. Wiedemann's the obvious target. Strong hands. Couldn't quite. At the full is Johns. Now Bajramov tackled over the line by Eichhoff. What a stalwart defender Eichhoff's been.
He's had a good start as well as Jesse Eichhoff, not only defensively, but providing a bit of run off that half-back line.
Of course, best on ground of the grand final when these two teams met back in 2023. It was Rowville's day then. Schoenmakers tapped it down. The kick was way too wide, however, as Rowville tried to exit the contest. Out in the full it goes. Now into the hands of Tom McCluskey.
Has it right next to the Rowville interchange gate. At the left half forward flank for the Eagles. He'll look to send it long and deep inside forward 50 where a decent pack is formed. Two will fly and bring it down. It's the Hawks who have the number on the ground in McDonald, who's happy to concede a stoppage in his attacking 50, or defensive 50 I should say. A left forward pocket for the Eagles who are yet to impact the scoreboard in a major way. They trail by 13 points and we're into time on. 21 and a quarter minutes gone in this first term as Schoenmakers won the tap down. Spencer, the check side, will lay into the hands of Shuck, who just quickly got onto the boot. Burke with a great grab at the left half forward flank. The high-flying Saints can go inside 50 once again, looking for a lace-out option. It laced out a Rowville player, though, in Jonty Duffy, who looks to move this ball quickly to the left half-back flank, where Jaworski, who's racked up the disposals in this quarter, takes an easy grab. His kick wasn't the greatest, though, to Stainthorpe. It opens the door once again for the Eagles through Lucas Vassis, who couldn't get a clean handball away. Forces his teammates to apply the pressure there on Tyson Schruck. And it'll be a ball up as there's a bit of niggle from Kai Barlow and Callum Smith. After that contest, umpire settles it and says, I'll toss this ball back up. It's done with the leap and the tap down. Jenkins just got it on the boot and got it inside 50, where Johns picks up the ground ball. Snap, misses to the right. A great effort from the Vermont champion, but it's just a minor score. 2 straight kicks in it. Rowville 2-2-14 to Vermont 2 behind. It's 22 and a half minutes gone.
We're probably going to see a lot of these rush kind of kicks because both teams are congesting the middle of the ground in the square, so there's too many players and not a lot of clean movement coming out of that.
Rowville to bring this one back in. Oh, cut off immediately. Good awareness by Lucas Vassis.
Jeez, I've liked his start, Vassis.
Yeah, he's not been bad. So can he hit up a target? It's a 2-on-1 down there. Martingale adds it, makes it 3-on-1. Leon has a huge task ahead of him, has assistance now in Johns. Slips out to Wiedemann, and yet another rushed shot at goal. It ends up out in the full. As the Vermont Reserves players down there watch it sail over their head ineffectually. 23 minutes gone. So we're in time on for this first quarter. Thank you very much for joining us here on Eastern 98.1, the Facebook and the YouTube streams for the Eastland match of the round.
And almost into, do we call it the Matt Fodio cricket nets out here? I reckon we should call them that.
So bringing it back in will be Mitch Gamble.
He would call it that.
Straight onto the wing it goes. It was a long kick, off hands. No clean possession until Isaacs lays his hands on it. Vassis, and now Vermont to go forward once more. Where's the target? Nearly a mark there by Bajramov. He has to turn tackler on Gamble, brings him to ground. Opportunity here from this stoppage for Vermont. Can they get a clean ball? Can they find some space? Will Rowville pounce? Leon tries to fight his way through. No, it's going to be Martingale instead. On the outside go Rowville. Trying to find the space that they love so much. It's a task set for Coughlin. Had to run with the flight of it. Spencer was there to disrupt everything. Good stuff by Chambers. The handball by Coughlin was a little bit wide, and then Dixon got to it and copped a high tackle. Gets the free kick, and Vermont to come forward again.
This kick goes short to Smith, who was disrupted by Schruck. Does really well, does the former Box Hill Hawk, and will force a contest at worst, which he does here. That is a fantastic effort, and he lets Tom Grimster know about it as well. You don't want to risk anything here if you're Mitch Schruck as well after that great piece of defensive play. We'll have a ball up. Oscar Dunn with the fly and the tap down over the experienced and the wily veteran that is Showmakers. The handball from Grimster to Jenkins, here he launches it inside forward 50. It was a rush kicked and easily cut off by Mitch Gamel, who heads to the right half back flank from his defensive 50 to Tyson Schruck. Casey Demon will look to go long to centre wing broadcast side, right in front of us, where Smith will fly and almost take the grab uncontested.
He's a good footballer, this Henry Smith.
Got a lot of promise, as does Harry Isaacs, who goes backwards after taking the grab to the centre half back line, where Wilcox has a paddock in front of him. He goes to Badramov on the lead, took a strong contested grab.
That's a good mark.
On Cal Verrill as well, one of the, if not the best defender in this Premier Division this season. That's the former Heathmont, the former Montmorency man, goes inside 50 with a brilliant kick, and it's Adrian Kalkowski who takes the grab. Thought he had an option short, decides not to go with that, and puts it on himself. Instead, he handballs it off. The flying shot will go to the goal square. Dunn will fly. Didn't get near it in the end, and will look to follow up, but it is the Hawks through McDonald, who handballs it to Stainthorpe. Heads to the broadcast side wing, where the strong grab was taken by Seth McDonald. Looking for options inboard, has an option short in Tate Scrivanis, and an option over the top. He instead goes lateral. Jaworski has this footy here between wing and half forward for Vermont on the broadcast side. We'll go down the line with the kick. Scrivanos, the main man in the pack, nearly took the grab. It's Dunn who's going to be rewarded instead. the young gun standing tall so far in ruck.
Finds Wilson as the easy handball option. That was a poor kick, but lucky for Vermont, they won't be punished for it. The quarter-time siren has gone at Jubilee Park. It is the qualifying final Premier Division action. It's Rowville 2-2-14 to Vermont. Just the two behinds, two goal kickers. Lockie Wind potentially out of action, has kicked a single, and Anthony Brolick as well. We will return to you after this break for the second quarter of footy action.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, Premier Division qualifying final out here between Rowville and Vermont. And it is the Hawks, 2-2-14, leading Vermont 2 behinds after the opening term of action out here at the fantastic Jubilee Park and the packed Jubilee Park as well. With Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay. We've got Ben Moore and Smith down on ground level, who I believe is at the Vermont huddle, and we'll cross down to him shortly with Matt Adolph. Before we do, we'll go around the grounds and we'll start with Division 1 as we might go down boundary side now.
Just down. And I'll get Matt for you very shortly, but I just wanted to give an update on Lachlan Wine. Walked over to the Rowville bench at quarter time.
Look, sorry, you're cutting a little bit in and out there, BWS, at the moment. We'll try you again. We might try you again, BWS.
Right. Well, space, is that better? Is that better there?
That's better, yeah.
I'll try not to move. I'll stick one arm in the... Lachlan Wind, heavily iced ankle at the moment. Now, they tried to strap it for about 15 minutes, and I kept seeing him ending up and then propping back down again. It is heavily iced. I don't think he's coming back on at this stage, by the look of it.
Ice means off.
That's most likely.
That is an injury management rule. Should be off.
That's a massive blow for Rowville. As we'll go down to you once again shortly to hear what Matt Adolph has to say. But we'll go around the grounds. Mitcham in the second semi-final against North Ringwood in Division 1. They lead 27-15 in that contest out of Toowoomba Reserve. So another good start for the Tigers. In the Division 2 second semi-final, Surrey Park 2 straight 12 lead Templestowe 139 out at Walker Park. And then in the Division 3 preliminary final, it's the Basin 139 leading Upper Ferntree Gully 2 behinds. And of course, we've got the 2 women's grand finals taking place at the moment. For those that might have missed it was in Division 5, Upper Ferntree Gully who won the flag. Wanturna South in Division 4. North Ringwood Red won the Division 3 flag with a 36-22 victory. Currently in the Division 2 game, it is Montrose and Heathmont all square at 1 straight 6 apiece. In that game, out at Mulgrave Reserve, the Division 1 flag was won by Bowen in a convincing fashion as well, 73-7 out at H.A. Parker Reserve. And in the Premier Division contest, it is Park Orchards 1-5-11 leading Baronia, yet to score in that contest. So the Sharks starting off well as they look to complete the three-peat. If they did, they'd be only the second side in the senior women's competition to do so. And in the top 3 grades as well, which would be all the more impressive as we await the Vermont huddle. Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay, your thoughts on that first quarter and what the Eagles need to do to get on top of the contest in the second?
Well, look, I think Vermont can count their lucky stars. They're only 2 goals down at quarter time. I thought they got overwhelmed early, and Rowville were putting unbelievable pressure on Vermont's ball carrier, on Vermont, so much so that Vermont were finding it very hard to get it out of their back 50, and even when they did, they were unable to hit a target, even moving further up on the ground. But from about the 20-minute mark, and it just seemed like that when Wind went off the ground, Rowville were forced to playing a different type of game plan, which they needed to adjust to. And I think that allowed Vermont a little bit of time to gain their composure and get back into the contest, even though it didn't show it on the scoreboard. They probably dominated the inside 50 possession for about the last 6 or 7 minutes,
Yeah, the last 5 minutes they started to just get a little bit more movement, but I'm pretty concerned with probably the amount of players that are flooding that back line and that inability to be able to transition out.
We'll go down to the boundary. Ben Moran-Smith with Matt Adolph.
Yeah, down here with Matt Adolph. Matt, it was a high-pressure first quarter, but your boys really stepped up to that. What was the message to them at quarter time?
We just got to use the whole ground. I reckon we were playing down long down the line a fair bit. If we've got to shift the ball laterally and then get it open side, I think we get enough looks. But if we keep playing into their hands by going long down the line, I think it's going to be a long day for us. But we just got to keep changing angles.
Lachlan's gone off for the rest of the game. How does that change your makeup across the back line?
Oh, look, he's a quality player, but we've still got a job to do with. They've got another 21 other players that are really good quality. So just because one bloke's down, he's not going to win the game for him. So we just got to stick to task.
All the best in the second term and the rest of the game.
Thank you, mate.
There to Ben Moran-Smith. Jared Beanland to get us underway in the second quarter of action out here at Jubilee Park.
The challenge is there for Vermont. Can they switch gears this term and try and find some goals? Edwards, his handball was disrupted. They didn't get the clearance, did Rowville. It's out to Vermont now. Barlow to run onto this one. Can he score the first for Vermont? Got a bit of space. It ran out. Got the handball out to Dixon. Steps around one. Outside of the right. Oh, he just missed. That would have been the perfect start for the Eagles. Unable to capitalise.
Jeez, that would have been the goal of the day if we had one, as they're 3 behinds Vermont to Rowville 2-2-14. Looks like it's Cole Stainthorpe on kick-out duties.
I know young Kai Barlow did the team thing, but I think he probably needed to take ownership of that and kick the goal.
In fact, it's Jesse Eichhoff who sends it into the middle of Jubilee Park, where Edwards took the uncontested grab. Of course, fantastic season, as mentioned, averaging around 30 disposals a game in season 2026 as he heads lateral to the right half-back flank where Jaworski took the grab. He heads to his defensive 50. Just inside it is Cal Verrill, who goes into the middle. We're having open spaces. Mitch Gamel juked his man on the mark. Sends it long from the centre square inside forward 50 where Wilcox will spoil. Edwards mops up on the ground. Got a shot away where Vermont have the numbers in their defensive goal square. They almost muck it up, but it's Noah Burke mopping up and heading towards this broadcast side where Vassis took the juggling grab.
Good grab by Vassis. It was under pressure from 2 Hawks, but now has a bit of a puzzle before him to see where to next.
And
Easy option.
And that's where their issue is, Jared.
Indeed. Lockie Johns, well, he pulls the trigger on this kick. High risk, high reward. Mark taken. And it's Grimster. Oh, it's skewed off the side of the boot to try and capitalise on that. Crashing through was Stainthorpe. Vermont able to turn it back over. Grimster, his handball a little too hot there. Callum Smith under the Stapleton pressure. Vassis trying to bull his way through. Umpire blew the whistle before he got that kick away.
Just looks like Vermont don't know how to be clean with the football. There was one kick that goes into the middle of the ground, looks good, but everything after that is just not great.
Could they be feeling the heat potentially?
Oh, I think they are. I mean, look, that's kudos to Rowville because they're putting that perceived pressure on the ball carrier.
Schoenmakers tapped it right down to Tyson Schrock. Stapleton couldn't quite take it. Now Verrill hands it off and running the gauntlet here are Rowville. Able to get it to Davey. He's not messing around. Finds space, takes a bounce, considers his options, delayed the handball. Edwards is threatening into the pocket. Well, he didn't actually take the ball. He had to end up turning tackler.
One thing I will give kudos to Vermont is their attack on the football. Their first layup, first tackle is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, it was well done by McCluskey. Now Duffy, no opportunity, just goes missing, and Rowville ended up tackling. Good forward line pressure by them. We've gone 3 minutes here in this second quarter, qualifying action in Premier Division. Vermont and Rowville, what a clash it's been over the years. Stapleton hunting, yet more tackles. Wilson.
What a fantastic crowd as well for today's
Massive
contest.
crowd. Great day for football too, weather-wise.
Be sure to get on down to whatever local ground you're at, particularly if you're around the Heathmont area or the Mulgrave area as well.
Tyson Schrock tackled over the line by Callum Smith, and we'll get another stoppage in Rowville's forward line.
The forward pocket for the Hawks as they look to kick a third goal. They've had most of the territory so far in this contest. The Premier Division qualifying finals. Skrivanos goes up in ruck. It's Dunn who won it down. Tapped it straight down the throat of his teammate there in Smith, who couldn't get a clean kick away. It's in the middle of Vermont's defensive 50 as they just try to gain as much territory away from their goal as possible. Will force the turnover though. Duffy's kick was rushed. Turned it over though, and it's Isaacs whose looping handball was intercepted by the Hawks at the right half forward flank, where it's locked up by Ikov. Going up against Kalkowski, a matchup we're all familiar with, as Dunn won it down. There is Kalkowski, who can't burrow his way through. It's the Hawks who get clean possession from the stoppage, but the kick was interfered with by Smith, who garnished the possession in the McCluskey direction, who was tackled immediately by Tyson Schruck. Left half back flank for Vermont, right half forward flank for the Hawks as Schoenmakers takes matters into his own hands. His opposing ruck done, mopped up after he dropped the footy to Schoenmakers. Still in dispute, and another ball up will ensue at the edge of the centre square on the right half forward flank for the Hawks as they look to create another opportunity through Schoenmakers. The handball from Jaworski was a good one from Schruck. Got it back to Jaworski. Jaworski to Gamel to the right forward pocket with the kick, where it dribbles over the boundary line and into the Matt Fodia cricket nets out here at Jubilee Park, where we'll have this ball tossed back into play. 2-2-14 Rowville playing Vermont 3 behind at the 5 1/4 minute mark as we'll have this ball tossed back into play. Right forward pocket, as said, for the Hawks as Schoenmakers gains as much territory as possible. Edwards runs onto it, sends it to the teeth of goal, where two Rowville players go up. They can't reel it in. They have the number on the ground, and they're able to kick the goal. That might be Lockie Stapleton with that finish, as the Hawks kick the first 3 goals of this contest. They're 3-2-20. Vermont 3 behind. 5 3/4 minutes gone, second term.
Go on in.
It looks like a game of the challenge between the inside and the outside balance. So on the inside, Vermont doing really well, first to the footy, but they're struggling to get it on the outside, that hand pass away, because there's so many Rowville players. Then once Rowville get it on the outside, then it's that kick distance away, and that's sort of how that goal was set up. Really, really well done from a structural perspective.
And that was one thing Matt Adolf highlighted in the pre-game as well, striking that inside and outside balance, Brash.
Yeah, and they haven't found it yet. And once again, I'm going to keep harping back on it. But Rowville's tackling pressure is where this is all starting from. And Vermont are not coping with that. They just cannot get they're not getting any clean possession because Rowville aren't allowing them.
Well, they've been given this one. The whistle went from the middle, and Johns will send them forward. Bounced out of the hands of the Vermont player there and bounced straight into Mitch Schruck. Josh Clark now kicks it onto the wing. It was a good hook of a kick, but it's going to come right back through McCluskey. Spotting up Armu. Strong hands, good mark.
Jeez, how about that from 2 of the youngsters of this Vermont side?
Indeed. It really has been the youngsters who have stepped forward, stepped up this year into the spotlight.
This is an important kick for Armu here. Vermont need a goal. Let's not beat around the bush. 7 minutes into the second quarter, they've only kicked 3 behinds and probably had the ball inside their 50 for 7 minutes of the whole match. They need a goal.
16 goals for the year for Tyron Armu. Can he kick a very important 17th? Yes, he can. Vermont finally opened their account in this second quarter, and Tyron Armu, the man to do so.
Jeez, he slotted that with relative ease there.
He
must
looked
have heard you,
perfect
Brash.
off the boot.
He must have heard you.
So I think he knew.
And Brash still sits there shaking his head in disappointment for some reason.
No, I'm not.
The perennial football operations manager.
All right, Em, you've got me on that one.
It's on film too.
It's just disbelief.
You've got nothing.
Absolutely none. Nothing.
Vermont
Nada.
lose, shake his head. Vermont gets goals, shakes his head.
We're back in the middle. Dunn going up against Schoenmakers. It's Schoenmakers who won it down. Jenkins tapped it smartly back to Spencer, who broke a tackle. Sent it long, again in the Armu direction, who forced the contest. That's Smith on the ground, but it evaded him, then reached Jaworski, whose handball was under pressure. Still got it to Gamel, whose kick was smothered by Armu. Deflected to Smith, whose handball was too quick there for Jesse Neely. Ball in dispute as Johns tries to create something out of nothing. He gains some territory. Bartramov applies the tackle on Martingale. Umpire says, give this ball to me and I'll toss it up 20 metres out directly in front of the Vermont goals. Looking to build on the first goal they kicked just before as Wiedemann went up unopposed. Got a handball away. Ball in dispute still as Edwards is locked up by Lachlan Jenkins.
I think Wiedemann stopped because he thought the umpire had blown the whistle and was going to award a free kick.
As he might go up in this ruck contest. He does and wins it down. Didn't gain any territory though, so he has to become the tackler. He'll get this footy though. Will the former Bomber and the former Demon turn it over? And the tackle was laid on Mitch Gamel once again. And it'll be a ball still directly in front of the Vermont goals, but about 30 metres out as Schoenmakers the big leap. And the tap down. Leon Rett the tap best though. Snap. Misses to the left and misses everything in the end. Vermont starting to gain a little bit of ascendancy in the contest. Still trail this game by 11 points.
Showing some good forward line pressure. Now the question is, can Vermont stop Rowville's transition from this point? Deep in defence of the Hawks. Kick to the contest, went over the back of the contest and out of bounds. And well, that's territory for Rowville that Vermont weren't able to take away from them.
One of the things I really like about these kicks is that they're nice and low, so they're actually really hard to intercept. So they get the territory, and worst case is that it's going out of bounds.
Yep. Very, very clever use of the footy by Rowville. Schoenmakers punched it down. Clark farmed the handball out, running onto it. Tackled out of it. Tyson Struck. It's come to Davey now. He was tackled in the end by Callum Smith.
He's trying to take on a lot, is Tyson Struck in this contest.
Indeed. Up we go again. Done. No, Schoenmakers got that tap. First to it is Johns. Bowled over in the end by Jaworski. And goes Neely again. Jaworski is there. Tight roping the boundary line. Rowville unable to get clean possession just yet. Plenty of pressure. Brilliant intercept possession by Vermont there, but he ended up tackled by Chambers. In the back it was. And so Grimster is going to go towards the corridor, trying to set this one up. Brilliant low spearing ball by Noah Burke. Right onto the chest of Sam Wiedemann.
It's amazing what happens when you can win some 50-50 ball too, Jared.
Indeed.
Well, it's a testament to Wiedemann's leading, though. So Rowville have been really good at getting front shoulder defensively, which is why they've been able to stop a lot of these balls. But Wiedemann had 2 or 3 metres in front of his defender, and that's how they were able to get that ball into that forward 50 entry.
41 goals for the year. Bettering is 29 from last year. From the arc, can he kick Vermont second? Yes, he can. Vermont are right back into this contest. They get around the weed.
And just an update, there's no head shake from Brash at the moment, so he may be a happy man with the 2 goals from Vermont.
Well, I actually am. I'm finding it, I'm a little bit nonplussed at the moment because for the amount of possession and dominance that Rowville have, for Vermont to only be 5 points behind, I think I'm a bit happy about that.
Nonplussed, that's a new word. do we reintroduce the word of the day segment once again?
No, let's not.
So go back up in the middle. Schoenmaker's the leap and the tap down. Went down the throat of Clark, who was tackled. Got to be pinged. Josh Spencer having a big impact in midfield. An exciting young prospect, along with many of these Vermont players. Heads to the left forward pocket where Wiedemann was on a lead. The strong grab taken, though, by Jesse Eichhoff. Boy, has he been good today.
That was brilliant use of the body before the ball got anywhere near the contest. Just buffeted his opponent out of the way.
Right back pockets. Goes short to his defensive goal square where Verrill heads to the left half back flank. Davey went up against two and is going to get a holding free kick. Will they pay the advantage? Because Cochran got a handle away, they won't. And it's the wily veteran, Matt Davey. Senior game number 256 today as his kick was interfered with by Armour, who's around this footy, but Schruck got it away. And he turned it over in the middle of Jubilee Park to Riley Askew, who looks in his defensive 50, where he's got an option loose, and McCluskey, one of the key players in this Vermont defensive side, as his kick will be turned over here. Clark a short ball. In fact, that was Verrill of the Will variety to Blake Chambers. Will be looking to have a bit more of an impact in this game. The St Kilda listed, VFL listed player. Heads into the middle where Mitch Schruck is unopposed. Will send it long with that cannon of a boot of his.
Oh, good mark.
McDonald forced the contest, and it was a really good mark by Noah Burke, who heads towards this broadcast side where Kalkowski will crash the pack and bring it to ground in favour of the Eagles. Henry Smith chips it over the top because Armour is loose right in front of us on centre wing. Goes to the right half forward flank with a chipping kick to Lachlan Jenkins. Has Wiedemann deep, up against Calvarell. He has an option deeper though. He hits in that direction. And it's a good grab from Cooper Leon, who could go back and give potentially the Eagles the lead or reduce their deficit at least to 4 points. Former old Carey Grammarian has an option loose, and it's Adrian Kalkowski who chips it over the top to Kai Barlow, who elects to not to run into an open goal, but will go back and potentially snap this through. Former Wanty South player wheels around now and kicks the goal.
And that passage of play is salt in the wound for Rowville. How they had those players spare is absolutely shocking. It's really actually not something I would have expected to see from the Rowville defence, who are usually really great at communicating, usually have the numbers back, usually player on player. Looks like they've been shaken up a little bit, Brash. What do you reckon?
Yeah, because like to allow 3 possessions within 5 metres, it is very
They're having a nice little chat down there about how that happened.
It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have, but it does, and it will continue to do so if they choose.
Well, we'll see what those...
All of a sudden, there's been a transition in the game, and Vermont have hit a bit of a purple patch in the last 7 minutes.
Well, the boys in purple in the purple patch has done. Wrestles it to ground. Good kick away by Spencer. High one inside forward 50. Well set up, though, was Rowville for that one. Mark taken by Gamel. Hits up Clark. And a low chip, I should say, to Mitch Schruck. As Rowville try to load up again. Can they wrest momentum back from Vermont? High kick to half forward. Great punch, but a whistle's gone. It's going to go the way of Vermont. And it's Wilson.
Done some nice things in this second quarter, Wilson.
Indeed. Goes wider still. And Vermont will try and pick their way through. This is what they perhaps had trouble with throughout the game. Matt Adolph said at quarter time that maybe switching and going laterally would be the option. Lockie Johns.
Very hard for them to do that. Rowville set up so well in the middle of the ground, covering that kick away at all angles.
So down the line it'll be. There are the mark as well. It's out in the full, in fact.
And this is where we're going to see a lot of really slow play because there's just not a lot of options there.
Jesse Eichhoff under the scoreboard that reads a 1-point lead to Vermont. Time ticking away in this second quarter. Eichhoff gives his opponent the step, keeps it low. Great grab there by Scrivenos. Playing up the ground a little bit, of course. If you've just joined us, Lockie Wind off injured. Unfortunate, the main Rowville spearhead. It's a high ball to the teeth of goal. Great punch by Burke. Whistle's gone as the ball bounced loose. Free kick to Vermont. Lucas Vassis. He's done some really good things this game. Chips it out to left half back. Spencer was the option. High ball onto the wing. It's mostly Rowville there, but out the back was Kalkowski. Got the handball backwards, and now Lockie John scythes through the middle of Jubilee Park, and what an option that was. Cooper Leon in an acre of space.
That was absolutely impressive vision. He had to go through a couple of Rowville players to see that, and the kick was executed perfectly.
What is it you say about Lockie Johns normally, Brash?
Oh, he can hit a jam tin over 50 metres, mate. He's got the eye of a dead fish, I'll tell you.
It normally does.
I don't even know what that means.
I'll tell you off the air.
Do you still get jam in tins these days?
Cooper Leon, 13 goals for the year. Can he slot one home for Vermont? They continue to consummate their momentum. And they go 7 points up now.
I can tell you who that whistle is too.
Who is it?
It's one of our long-time supporters, Ange Miller.
Al, we're not affiliated with any clubs here.
No.
Rash, thank you very much.
But I can just tell, I know that whistle like nobody's business.
Oh, they're up and about, the Vermont faithful, as we'll go down to Benmore and Smith on the boundary.
Yeah, you really sense a different confidence shift down here, and Vermont really starting to move that ball through the middle and switching it across. They've been held up on that far side a lot. Here they go again.
Smith got it to Dixon, the stand-in skipper. From outside the arc, it'll fall short and drift to the right.
I think what we're seeing here is Vermont are really good at winning that centre bounce. They're really good at winning that first tap. And this is the result of that. The transition that Rowville are generally known for, they're not able to execute that because of the pressure they're under right now.
Rowville, have they gone into their shells a little bit? Low chipping ball to Verrill from the kick out. Now finds Edwards. Picking their way through the Vermont zone. Now straight into the centre of the ground. Stapleton had to be strong with his hands there, and was. Kicks it out wider. Davey provided the option. They're working their way down the ground. Mark taken by Chambers. He looks up, says, "Where's Wind?" No, steps around his opponent. No Wind, of course. Tapped out of the hands of Burke. Oh, opportunistic goal by Verrill as it came to ground in Rowville's forward line. They get one back, and the margin's been cut back to 2 points.
There's a bit happening as well.
And it's gotten willing.
Yeah, this is what I like to see. Let's get into it, boys. This is what I like seeing.
That's smart heads-up play, though, as we go down to Benmore and Smith on the boundary.
Yeah, a little bit of argy-bargy, but what was impressive that time by Rowville, what they've done for the whole game so far is use the far side of the ground. They needed to change it up. Vermont were well aware of that at quarter time, that they were hogging that side of the ground. They've been able to adjust their game plan towards that. This time you see Rowville finally change something up, and bang, they kick a goal.
Fantastic. Yeah, that is very true, and makes it a little bit easier for us as well, but it is still a crucial goal for Rowville to stem the tide heading into time on, as umpire blows a whistle. There might be a yellow card coming out. Is it It's going to be a free kick in back to Vermont from the centre stoppage. It's Tyrone Imu who sends it long and high in the Wiedemann direction. Might have given away a holding free kick. He has to Cal Verrill. As he goes to the left back pocket where Schruck took the uncontested grab. A brilliant left foot kick, nearly laced out Edwards, but the good hands there from Lucas Vassis, and the tackle laid by the Eagles, who get themselves at 25. Jenkins looked to take the advantage, but it'll be called back as Verrill slaps it over. Instead, I think it might be the stand-in skipper. It's still going to be a Vermont free kick.
Well, the one thing's for sure, now that this game is settled down, both sides now are really starting to get into their stride. We could be in for an absolutely ball-burster second half here.
It's young Noah Burke. Plenty of goals across his senior career. This is 52nd senior game, looking for senior goal number 60. The St Kilda VFL listed swingman. Loping run up, it'll fall short. Will it go over the top of all their heads?
Oh no, what's happened here?
How?
It's a goal!
No way.
How did that happen?
That went through like 5 sets of hands.
How did that happen?
I do not know.
I really don't understand that. That's an extraordinary goal considering Rowville have got...
Let's have a look at the replay.
Oh, how's that, Mick? Oh, no.
Show-and-makers, no.
That is Keystone Cops if I've ever seen it.
That's crazy.
Oh.
Have we ever seen that?
You see Kyle Stainthorpe clapping the confusion, the absolute.
Actually, it was just the thank you clap.
Oh my word! Well, back into the middle, Rowville. They're going to have to start getting a move on here, but it's Lockie Johns, the prime mover for Vermont, hitting up Wiedemann. How beautiful is that?
Gee,
lace out on his chest.
Gee, all of a sudden, Vermont have just gone bang.
They have flicked the switch.
Jeez.
Out of the middle and into the hands of their forwards.
The younger players are giving some of their more experienced head a bit of energy. It's been the case particularly the second half of the season, and it's on display here.
77 goals from 76 games in the AFL. Sam Wiedemann for both Melbourne and Essendon. Here on the stage of Premier Division footy in the local leagues. He's kicked another second one for Wiedemann today. And Vermont pull further ahead by 14 points.
Well, I'm actually, like I said, I am absolutely flabbergasted by this this second quarter. It's unbelievable.
They've kicked 6 goals, and they've kicked 6 of the last 7 goals this game of Vermont. It's unbelievable footy they're producing at the moment.
They've just taken control of the midfield, and all of a sudden, the young Vermont players are running on top of the ground, and Rowville are struggling with that.
So we go back up in the middle. Shoalmakers and Dunn. It's Shoalmakers the tap down. Brolicks back into midfield. Willed the kick away, which is turned over to the Eagles. The mark taken by Riley Askew, who's had some good moments in this term. Heads to the left back pocket where Wilson took an unopposed grab. Former Eastern Ranger as well. Still in his defensive 50. Looked backwards, then looked forwards, and he elects to go the latter because he's got Lucas Vassis on a lead. Had a bit of an impact as well as one of the leaders of this Vermont side. Heads long with the kick to centre wing, broad far side, where Shoalmakers took the uncontested intercept grab, handled it over the top immediately to Mitch Schruck, who has open space in front of him, decides not to take advantage of it. Instead with the kick, which is cut off by Noah Burke, who looks into the middle. It was a dangerous kick, risk and reward. It's done there to help Grimster out, who's tackled immediately by Blake Chambers, and it's a free kick. The tide's starting to turn out here at Jubilee Park.
Actually, there's one bloke, and we haven't spoken about him, but I reckon he's done a magnificent job in the ruck so far. He's actually negated Shoalmaker's impact on the contest.
As Barlow got it at the right half back flank, send it to the wing with the kick on the broadcast side, where it's picked up by the Hawks. Edwards a lace out kick to Verrill. Heads backwards into the middle where Jaworski dances his way out of trouble. Chipped it over the top because he's got to play it loose, and Tyson Schruck decides not to gain too much territory. Still got to kick away to Clark. Receives this ball back to Schruck. Sets off for home! With a great finish, Tyson Schruck to make it an 8-point ball game once again. 5-2-32 to Vermont 6-4-40. Starting to open up out here at Jubilee Park.
And that's what BWS was saying just before about, when Rowville can open the game up, they're getting really, really good looks in, and they're opening up the defence of Vermont. So that was really great play, and that's the kind of Rowville style football that we really do like to see.
The push through on the second effort was what was required.
Absolutely. And that's usually they have 3 or 4 players running that, and I haven't seen that this quarter. It's been quite stagnant, and they're relying on that more long down the line kind of kick. So it's good to see them sort of returning to their roots and the way that they should be playing football.
A Rowville goal against the grain as we are really building to a hell of a game here as Lockie Johns once again out of the middle. Will the mark be taken? Wiedemann gets it on the bounce, snap towards the goal square. Cooper Leon into his awaiting arms.
Their biggest challenge is going to be getting through whatever's happening in the middle here.
Let's go BWS.
Just very quickly, Tommy Grimster's come off with the blood rule, blood nose.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Cooper Leon will slot this surely. Yes, he does.
I tell you who has had a massive quarter for Vermont is Lockie Johns in the midfield.
Oh,
he is absolutely...
Is he not just class?
He has just lifted his game to another level in this second quarter.
Second goal of the quarter for Cooper Leon.
But the thing is, what I'm loving about this game, both sides have opened up very, very nicely, and we are seeing some really champagne-style football from both sides in this second quarter. Both sides are giving it, and we're loving it.
Entertaining footy out here at Jubilee Park, and Vermont will look to thrust forward once again. It's the Hawks who do well to get bodies around this footy and force another stoppage through Edwards.
This could go down as one of the all-time classics this afternoon, the way this game's been played.
And a packed Jubilee Park is watching some of the best Premier Division footy in the best local footy competition going around in Melbourne as Burke tried to, or done I should say, got a handball away to Johns. High up and under ball, inside 50, where a free kick will be paid to Mitch Schruck.
Over the shoulder.
You know, there's something else I think Matt Adolph has worked out for the larger ground. I've seen a lot of Vermont rotations.
They've done
in
well.
the last 10 or 15 minutes.
They have done well as the kick goes to the far side. Schruck applies the handball, but it was a good tackle by Jesse Neely. It opens the door once again for Vermont as Smith's kick was a grubber and intercepted by Schruck, who's had a big game today in defence. His kick was nearly turned over to Josh Spencer as there's an off-the-ball free kick, and a yellow card's coming out, I reckon, for a Rowville player. Is it Tyson Schruck that's being sent off here? I reckon it is Tyson Schruck. That's a massive blow for Rowville. He's certainly had an impact today, has Schruck.
I didn't actually see what happened there.
It must have been an off-the-ball hit.
Yep. Can we see who's down there?
I think it's Josh
Spencer.
Spencer.
Yeah.
He's getting back up on his feet. So, again, I always say this with trepidations. Maybe he's just winded.
Well, we'll see.
He might take this free kick here, though, Will Spencer, as there's a bit of feedback coming to Tyson Schruck. But that's a big blow. He's going to spend 15 minutes, the start of the third quarter at least, on the interchange bench. And he's been one that's racked up the disposals for Rowville.
Yeah, Spencer's had a big second quarter.
The entire Vermont midfield's had a big second quarter as well. There's umpire will blow the whistle.
I thought that looked like a bloody red card for a minute.
I think it might have been
the ball.
Spencer got it to Jenkins, who immediately turned it over.
I better put my glasses on.
Well,
we've all
might take a second to recover from that one, but Rowville, they're not waiting around for us.
Well, that's got to make the highlight reel, doesn't it?
Oh dear, Carl Stainthorpe, left half back for Rowville, just holding the game up briefly, gets it to Ikov, and we have a bit of kick to kick in Rowville's back line. They're now going to try and spread Vermont's defence. Cuts off the 45, over the back went Gamble. A lot to work with here for Vermont as Leon kept it low, bouncing ball inside forward 50. Kalkowski paddled it to himself. The siren goes before the Eagles could do any more damage.
The Vermont faithful going crazy at the moment.
There's going to be a kick after the siren to Armu.
Thank you for catching that one, Josh. I did not see it.
Neither did I.
Umpire signalled holding the man, and
gee, this is a crucial kick on half time.
Ball was on the ground and he was pulling him over.
Tyron Armu. Well, there have been two players
he didn't
already.
have the ball. I'm just looking at it now.
No, it was at his feet.
Yeah, it was at his feet. Didn't have the ball, got tackled.
Tyron Armu to kick Vermont's 8th. There are two players already that have kicked 2 goals in this quarter for the Eagles. Can he join them and make it 3? Absolutely he can. Vermont push further ahead into halftime. They move to 8-4, 52 to Rowville, 5-2, 32. What a game we have on our hands here. Vermont, they will take a 20-point lead into halftime. Thank you very much for joining us on this absolute hammer and tongs game of Eastland Match of the Round footy, EFNL footy. Thank you for joining us on 98.1 Eastern FM. The Facebook and the YouTube streams will be back with you after this break with the halftime show.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Jubilee Park today. It is a magnificent Saturday afternoon. It's qualifying final day, and it is Rowville taking on Vermont, and what a second term it was by the Eagles to pile on 7 goals, and they go into halftime 20 points up, 8-4-52 to 5-2-32. I'm joined by Matt Spider-Lee and Brett Davidson. Gentlemen, well, it all started with the big man Lachlan Wine going off, and Vermont just really put the gas down.
They did, Davo, and what a quarter it was. But the first quarter, when that injury occurred, the alarm bells certainly rang for the Hawks, didn't they? And Vermont, they've really capitalised. And that quarter was just breathtaking, the way that Vermont, they just were so brave and they took the game on. And the way that they used the ball through the midfield, you've got to hand it to them, the way that they've held this lead.
Yeah, look, I wrote some notes down, and it was just about a replica. It was like a half, well, the half is made up of 2 quarters, but the first quarter I thought was all Rowville. I thought their ability to, their pressure was elite, their foot skills were elite, and they used the full width of the ground. They really pushed Vermont out. They made Vermont chase them out. When Vermont got the footy, I think they thought they were still playing on a small ground.
Well, they couldn't get to the outside. They were just stuck on the inside, weren't they? Yeah.
And then, of course, Wine goes off. That means that they've got to shuffle things a little bit. It worked for a moment. They threw Brolick forward, which was a good move because he got a goal straight away. Yep. That was a good move. But as the quarter went on, Vermont started to get a little bit better. They started to understand the ground a bit. And in that second quarter, the notes I've written are similar. They ran and carried. They ran through the lines. They were very, very patient in defence. They got the ball and they didn't hurry. They just took it. They waited until they had some space. They waited until the players up the ground got into position. They missed a couple of targets, but they were able to then lock the ball in and go again. And then it was their tackling pressure that really pressured Rowville. Rowville made a few mistakes, got a bit undisciplined. A couple of yellow cards, which didn't help. And the Vermont forwards then got the space they needed, and
Ahmood's been great.
He's been excellent, and some of the kicks into the forward line have been absolutely superb.
Lockie Johns.
Yeah, they're in. They'll go in feeling full of confidence, Vermont. It's not the end for Rowville. I reckon they'll readjust. They'll have to readjust their forward line a little bit. They might have to put Scrivenos much deeper, and then bring more mobile. Maybe Stapleton comes up and goes a little bit more mobile in the centre forward area. Schruck down the ground has been, Mitch Schruck's been very, very good. They've got to get the ball into his hands. He's kicked the ball probably 3 or 4 times inside the 50 nice and long, but they just haven't had the players down there, and Vermont's defence has structured up incredibly well. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm really liking the game of Dunn. Spence has been terrific for Vermont. And the thing about it, Davo, is they're prepared to change up the angles, prepared to switch. They're linking up by both hands and feet at the moment has been really superb. And Rowville have had to bite off some kicks at times, and that has resulted in some goals. But, gee, they've had to take a fair bit of risk as well.
Yeah, and look, and in the first quarter they were able to do that because Vermont they were a little bit at 6s and 7s in that first probably 10, 15 minutes of the quarter. They just didn't seem to be able to work out where they had to go and how to close up the space. But in that last little bit of time, they closed the space up well. And Johns really did get on top.
Yeah. And Wiedemann's coming into the game as well.
He's become a target. I mean, he's kicked 2. He had a hand in the second last goal they kicked. So he's really become valuable. So you got him and Armu really putting the Rowville defence under a lot of pressure.
I think Rowville became way too predictable, and what was called out by Matt Adolph at quarter time was that they were forcing Vermont to use that far side of the ground as much as possible, and what he asked his side to do was to change things up, start trying to go laterally, break over to this grandstand side, don't just bomb it long, and they took some risks and they came off, where I think Rowville need to come out and really readjust the way that they're going to approach this second half, because they've been playing really predictable football in that first half.
Yeah, they need to change up the lanes and the patterns, the running patterns. It just at the moment, they sometimes are just going just predictable, just down the line. They've got to be a bit more prepared to switch it up a little bit, take a little bit more risk, a bit more daring through the midfield there, Davo and BWS, and see how they go.
The other thing that's going to be interesting, and I have been noticed, I've been watching players coming off the ground. I think it's going to get down to who can last the longest, because players coming off the ground at the moment are looking a little bit cooked. They've been gassed. There's been a lot of running. There hasn't been a lot of
intense running.
Hasn't been a lot of stoppage. Hasn't been a lot of ball in. It's the ball's going up and down the ground pretty quickly. Rowville are down 1 rotation.
Yep.
All right, so that's the other one, and
dealing with yellow cards.
2 yellow cards now. They're probably going to be down 3 rotations for the first 5 minutes of the game of this next quarter. So it's going to be interesting, and the longer the game goes at that intensity, the more, if Vermont have their players available, the more they might be able to run over the top. So it's this quarter's crucial for Rowville. To get back into the game, they've got to change the momentum of the game at the moment.
Yeah, they've got to wrestle that back. If they could halve the margin and get it round back to about 10 points at a minimum, I think they're realistically still in it. But if Vermont were able to be what they are up by now, or to build on that, they're going to be very hard to beat.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, have we been through the half-time scores?
No, let's do that now. And as the players make their way back on, as we turn our attention to Division 1, North Ringwood trailing by 6 points to Mitcham in the semi-final out at Tormore Reserve. In Division 2 today, it is, of course, Surrey Park taking on Templestowe, all square at half-time.
Wow, that's interesting.
That's the semi-final out at Walker Park. And, of course, there's one other game as you go local for your football today in the final series. Very low-scoring affair out at Wally
You predicted it.
It's a 1-point lead to the Basin over Upper Ferntree Gully.
But have you seen the score? The score is the Basin, 1 goal 4. And
it's not even raining, it's sunny.
1 goal 4 Upper Gully, 9 points straight.
No, I hadn't even clicked on that, but that is crazy.
I know you changed. I said 7 goals would win it. It might be 4 goals wins
Might be
it.
7 points.
7
you
scoring
changed your tip
shots.
too. Did you actually send that through to Ryan? Because it won't count otherwise.
I made it. I said it yesterday. I've said it today. I said 7 goals will win that game, and at the moment there's only been 1 kick in the whole game.
Well, my Vermont tip's looking all right so far in this game, but we're going to have a breakout here, and the team is on. The ensemble is going to return to call what is sure to be an epic second half in this Premier Division qualifying final out here at Jubilee Park today.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park for the Eastland match of the round. Premier Division qualifying final, and it is Vermont 8-4-52 leading Rowville 5-2-32. Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Brian Brasher, Emily Mackay and Ben Warren Smith down on the boundary. We're just about to start the second half of action out here in front of a packed Jubilee Park as umpire takes one final look across the board. Can the Eagles build on an 8-goal second term? Or will Rowville, as the champion side they are, find a way back as they look to push further closer to a grand final? Jared Beanland to get us underway.
Don't go anywhere because we've got a barnstormer of a game on offer here today. Coughlin received the handball from the Rowville clearance, sends it forward for Rowville's first attack of the quarter, and Seth McDonald was taken high. So he could have a shot here from outside the arc. Will he back himself? Yet to kick one today, Seth McDonald. Looks like he is lining up to take a shot here. 24 goals for the year for the young man. Debuted in 2024 for South Belgrave. He's played 4 games for Richmond VFL team last year. All Rowville this year. Nary an angle to negotiate. He's going to kick it from straight on the arc. I don't think he liked it off the boot. It's going to be off hands and through for one goal, one behind. But Rowville, they opened the attacking this quarter.
Bit smarter, the Vermont defence there, unlike in that second term from the Rowville defence.
Oh, gosh.
Someone getting a hand to it this time around.
As Burke gets the left half back flank, the fly from Conklin, who nearly reeled it in. It's Verrill on the ground, goes to the right forward pocket where Chambers went up against two. Will take or won't take clean possession in the end. Still did really well. Verrell's there to support him. Jaworski, the check side, goes from the right forward pocket to the left where Seth McDonald took the grab. Lucas Vassis is down behind play as well, so we might keep a close eye on that one as McDonald, a second opportunity to kickstart this quarter for the Hawks and reduce their deficit to 13 points after conceding 8 in the second term. Snaps, falls short, rush through for a behind once again by Henry Smith. It's 5-4-34 Rowville to Vermont 8-4-52. 18 points separating the Hawks and the Eagles 2 minutes into the third term.
Well, hopefully at some point McDonald will get a shot at goal that is neither distance nor angle difficult in terms of those things. So Burke is going to have to take this back. Somehow got that out. Burke, high ball onto the wing. Verrill sets himself. Armour was there as well. Tracking it was Schrock, but first to it, Edwards. Back to Schrock, and they backpedal for a second here. Oh, and Eichhoff just fumbled it at the wrong moment. Ended up tackled by Barlow. Ball up.
We'll go down to the boundary, Benmore and Smith.
Saw Cooper Leon come off the ground, just copped a knock to the head. He'll be back out shortly.
Brolick taps it forward from the clearance. But Vermont able to find Askew. Ended up tackled by Chambers. Whistle's gone. We'll have a ball up. 18-point lead in the hands of Vermont at the moment. Dunn tapped it behind him to Vassis. Wrapped up. Yet another contest on the wing. Schoenmaker's got the tap this time, escaping the stoppage was done, gets the clearance and the kick inside forward 50. Wiedemann in a wrestle, sees it bounce in front of him. Coming back for reinforcement, the Rowville players. Now it's Duffy, hands it to Verrill. Trying the exit on this near side. Jaworski just juggled it to himself, had a bit of time and space to fling the handball out, but Henry Smith was right there. Short kick to Kalkovsky. Vermont to load up once more. The handball was just a little too cold, but Spencer was good enough, surrounded by 4 Hawks, but squeezed the handball out. Askew's kick was marked spectacularly by Bajramov. Ayan Bajramov looks like he's going to load up to try and put Vermont's first home for the quarter. It looks like it's going to be a free kick the way of Rowville, however, and the umpire has no sense of theatre whatsoever as Martin Gale took it and gave it to Eichhoff.
Goes loping in his defensive 50 and clearing it now from the left back pocket where Gamble will get himself a free kick after he was interfered with that mark. Left half back flank for the Hawks as he looks into the corridor. Has an option in Jaden Martingale, which he decides to ignore. Goes an even more threatening kick. Risk and reward for both the Hawks and the Eagles as many Eagles crush the pack. Coghlan's there on the ground. Can't take clean possession. Could have got a holding the man free kick. Ball in dispute as the Eagles look to clear the congestion. It's Bajramov getting a handball away. Smith around this as well, as is Coghlan who applies the tackle.
Well, pull it up, umpire.
Settle this stalemate in the middle of Jubilee Park, which will be contested by Schoenmakers and Dunn, as Dunn stole it away from Schoenmakers, dished it off to Jenkins. Jenkins, a chipping ball, was a good one to Grimster between wing and half back for the Eagles. Hasberg calling for it. It was too late in the end from Grimster. He goes down the line. The kick should be cut off here, and it is by Nick Schoenmakers, who handles it immediately to Schruck. From the left half back flank to centre wing where Clark juked his man on the mark. Got it inside 50 to a lead. And it's Seth McDonald. Can it be third time the charm for Seth?
I'm surprised that we've finally got a really nice, decent forward 50 entry, especially with Wind being injured. I was seeing a lot of the balls just being bombed in, so to actually hit a target, Vermont are flooding their numbers back, so it's always going to be generally a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2, so it's really, really good eyes there.
McDonald from directly in front, straight over the goal line by his hat. And it is indeed third time the charm for Seth, as Rowville now trail by 2 straight kicks. 6-4-40 to Vermont 8-4-52. They're on the board first in this third term.
Well, it's a good response by Rowville. They had to kick the first goal in the second half. They'd be very happy with that. They had to wait They had to wait 7 minutes to get it, but look, they've just regained their composure a little bit in this at the start of the third quarter.
Will momentum remain in Rowville's favour? Will Vermont be able to take this out of the middle? Their clearance work in the second quarter was excellent. Lockie Johns at the forefront of that, of course, but I'm sure the Hawks will have something to say about that. Clark, Stapleton, Edwards, of course. Schoenmakers as well. Dunn read his tap and got tackled. In goes Schoenmakers again. It comes to Duffy. He works his way out of the contest. High ball inside forward 50. Burke flew. Isaacs out the back as well. Verrill there to challenge. Isaacs off the ground was good, but it's come straight back to Edwards. Low chipping ball. Finds no one. Burke in a wrestle and a tussle, and over the line he goes.
Do you think part of the messaging for Rowville was to attack that footy within stoppage? They're doing a way better job of it now.
Back into play. We'll see, indeed, whether that stoppage work continues. Bouncing ball. No clean possession for Dixon, wrapped up by 2 Hawks. 7.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. Eastland match of the round. Qualifying final action here from Jubilee Park. Vermont versus Rowville. A great rivalry that's been building over the years. Out of the stoppage, Johns, of course, tumbling ball inside into the corridor it went. Amu got the free kick. So Vermont to flood forward once more on the warpath. Chooses an option. It's Wiedemann who's led up to the ball. Good mark. But about 2 kicks from goal, really. Where to from here? Kicks it to a nest of Hawks, but it's spilled out to Barlow, tackled immediately. Showmakers is there. Now comes to Jenkins, just scrambling for it at ground level now. Oh, the drag on Barlow. He spat the handball out to Martingale. So Hawks to rebound. It's Coughlin on the near side here. And he'll settle things down for now.
Still in his defensive 50, the Sandringham listed defender. Of course, the former Northern Bulland and the Port Melbourne defender as well. As his kick will be turned over to Luke Wilson. Right in front of the Rowville interchange bench, and Ben Weiss as well. At the left half forward flank, he chips it over the top smartly. The fly from Barlow, he gives away a free kick. Much to the delight of the Rowville faithful as well, who let him know about it as Struck goes from the right back pocket to the left, where he's got a loose. And Jaworski inboard to Clark with the kick. Took the uncontested grab to the St Kilda VFL listed player. Heads into the middle, and we'll get this ball back here from Stapleton. No, he won't, because he was too quick there for his teammate, and it opens the door once again for the Eagles as they chip it to the right half forward flank where Jenkins is loose. Short he goes to Kalkowski. Too far out and too tight of an angle to score, so he heads inboard instead to Johns. Not paid the mark, so he's forced to put the don't argue on. Didn't give away a free kick there, did the Vermont champion, but Rowville still mop up. And Jackson McDonald goes with a dangerous kick. Still marked at the left half back flank by Edwards, who handles it immediately to Gamel, who sends it to the centre half forward from the half back line where Scrivanos took a really good grab. And he looks confident here, does Tate. A little bit of an angle to encounter, but the Hawks, leading reserves goal kicker and the leading reserves goal kicker from last year as well, can potentially go back and make it 1 straight kick as we tick over 10 minutes played here in the third quarter. And after the Eagles had an opportunity in attack just then. Of course, as was discussed in the pre-game, has found an opportunity with the unfortunate leg injury to Mav Taylor. Can he make it count here? As he comes in now, will let loose from outside the arc. It's a good connection. And it's an even better finish. Scrivanos has a first, his 8th senior goal as well, and it is now one straight kick in it. 10.5 minutes played in the third term. Rowville 7-4-46 to Vermont 8-4-52.
Well, this is exactly the response that Ben Wise would have been looking for at half time. Vermont, they're not, look, as far as I'm concerned, they're not doing anything wrong at this particular time. It's just that Rowville sensed the fact that the game could slip away, and they've just gone back up a notch and just regained some composure.
Momentum changing hands this way and that. Schoenmaker's stripped of it. Johns at ground level, shoveled the handball out only as far as Duffy, and Rowville will go forward now. Brilliant step by Chambers, just pressurised on the handball, however. They find their way back to Coughlin. It's a flying kick towards goal. It was really ill-directed. I don't think he really made his mind up as to what to do with that kick. Territory was perhaps on his mind, but in the end, it just floated through for the one behind. Bringing it back in now of Vermont. Wilcox it is. Armour's the obvious target. Strong hands. How about that by the young man? Tyrone Armour making his mark in Premier Division this year. Keeps it low, and brilliant vision also. Keeps it low into the centre of the ground. It's Dixon, the former Norseman. He just kicked it too quickly as he was smothered. Stapleton, Duffy, Rowville cascade through the centre of the ground. It was Chambers now to Duffy. Kept it low. The target was McDonald, tapped over the line by the Vermont defence.
There was some real hesitancy there to kick to a target. There were 3 one-on-ones, and he didn't want to go for any of them there.
No, absolutely, and it's going to be Burke to bring it back in.
To the left back pocket he goes.
What's the umpire doing?
He must be calling him back, and I don't know why, because goal umpire Dave Parker has signalled the behind. I'm not too sure what it's for, though. Maybe a bit of chatter.
What is going on out there, umpire?
He's pointing to Tom McCluskey.
Yeah.
It may be too close, which is interesting, as Burke heads to the far side wing where the mark, while it was taken anyway by Oscar Dunn, who's off to the races, got a handball away, was under pressure, and Rowville have the numbers as they can't take clean possession. In fact, they eventually do, although Edwards is under immediate pressure. Ball up. Centre wing, far side, right in front of the scoreboard, retrieves. Rowville 7-6-48, leading Vermont 8-4-52, trailing Vermont 8-4-52 as Dunn's kick was smothered by Brolick. Kicks inside forward 50, McDonald flies. Scored from behind illegally, according to the umpire, by Noah Burke. And Seth McDonald can go back and make it and potentially give Rowville the lead, having conceded it in that second term, that enthralling second term as well, as he'll be called to go back on his line.
Got a question for you to ponder on.
As he handballs it immediately, Gamel with a thumping boot. Misses to the left.
And the question is,
do
you think that Rowville can compete airily?
I think
in their forward line?
I think
around the ground at the moment.
I don't think they can.
Well, we'll see. It's Armour that's making sure they can't here. Well, Verrill got in the way. Good tackle. This is all on the wing here. Armour shoveled it out. Brilliant handball to Leon. Got the kick away to Dixon. No options up forward just yet, though. Wiedemann is there. Where to? Indeed. Wiedemann sets himself. Rowville got back well and punched it over the line.
I'm going to go forward half of the ground. I don't think they can compete airily, and they're going to have to run and carry to have these opportunities.
Even without James Ross as well, which is impressive on the part of Vermont's defence. It's going to be a ball in the forward pocket for the Eagles. Wiedemann will take to the ruck, but it's been tapped backwards by Rowville. Edwards now sends it laterally. Mark taken. And this is Jackson McDonald in the pocket. The late in, of course, for Rowville today. Bit of tempo play. His kick was punched away from Edwards by Spencer, but free kick given.
Chopping foul.
So Tyler Edwards, what a year he's had for Rowville out of the middle. Chips it back. It was just dangerous. Verrill was contested, challenged in the contest by Kalkovsky. A whistle's gone. I think it's going to go the way of Verrill, though.
Is it going back? Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
How is that not advantage?
Yeah, I was going to say it should have been paid advantage there.
Callum Verrill 8th in the league or in the division for contested marks. Gets it to Eichhoff. He's going to find Martingale. Building the ball nicely at Rowville. Heads out wide to Stainthorpe. Vermont shift across the ground to try and cut off any exits here. Onto the wing. Oh, Martingale couldn't quite take the mark, was buffeted in the marking contest. Got it back to Schrock. Tyson Schrock back on the ground. The old 1-2. Now to Duffy. Is he going to go for home here? Oh, Isaac's going to have to touch it. Desperation on the last line of defence. It hung in the air. Just that little too long. And Vermont just able to prevent Rowville from retaking the lead.
And it's Burke once again on kick-out duties. Isaac's doing the 1% as well today as the kick-out goes towards this broadcast side. Wiedemann parked underneath this. On the ground, there's a free kick found. Or whistle. It's just going to be a ball up, in fact. Right in front of us, in prime position out here at Jubilee Park. One of the best spots to call EFNL footy is Armu. Won it down to Lockie Johns, who was tackled immediately by Will Varell. Maybe that's a trigger they might pull, because of course Varell did the tagging job on Lockie Johns, and it looks like he's keeping a close eye on him. It's the young gun of this Rowville side as Armu won the tap down. Smith got a handle away to Jenkins, who ran out of real estate. And right next to the Vermont interchange gate, this ball will be tossed back into play between wing and half forward for the Hawks. King to the right of your broadcast this third quarter. The Eagles to the left, or to the Gardini Avenue end of Jubilee Park. The fantastic Jubilee Park as Scrivanos went up. Smith escaped the congestion. Got it to the left half forward flank with a kick in the direction of Barlow, who spilt it. Struck there on the ground again to Coughlin. Coughlin broke one tackle, handballed it back to Jaden Martingale. He heads into the middle of his defensive 50 where the bounce favoured Edwards. Handballs it immediately to Stainthorpe, whose kick was rushed. Still found an open teammate there on the far side. He'll just lope around Will Jackson McDonald and head from the left half back flank to the far side wing where ball from behind was Jaworski. The Eagles, the numbers on the ground, but they immediately turn it over. McDonald again has an option in the middle, and Liam Coughlin, who was spoiled brilliantly by the Eagles, but to no avail. Schrock's there to mop up. Handballed it to Brolick on the broadcast side wing. Goshaw to the right half forward flank where Jaworski took the uncontested chest mark. The former Wandon, the former Lilydale man, looks inside forward 50. Plenty of one-on-ones. The Eagles have a couple of players loose, so we'll have to send it to a hot spot where Smith came floating in. Davey again there on the ground. Got a handball away, which is picked up by Duffy. Dished it off to Edwards. Check side, misses. They've missed some opportunities this quarter, have the Hawks. It's now 1 point the difference, though. They've kicked 5 consecutive behinds. It's 7-9-51 to Vermont, 8-4-52. 18.5 minutes played, third quarter.
They're threatening Rowville. They really are. And yet struggle to compete in the air in their forward line, as we've mentioned. However, the front and centre work was great. Johns, the kick wasn't perfect. He juggled it to himself. His kick punched by Jaworski away from McCluskey. And Vermont go no further.
I'll tell you who's been dangerous, in this quarter is Duffy in that half forward line. He's really creating a few issues there for Vermont, that back 50 of Vermont. Sorry, Eb.
Nah, you're a good Brash.
Right half forward for Rowville. Armo takes the ruck contest. Schoenmakers went back after it, but gave it up to Vermont. They escaped the front of the stoppage. Johns was a brilliant option there on the outer side. Brilliant kick. Bajramov takes the mark, steps around his man. Wiedemann's the option. He gets it to the teeth of goal. Wiedemann has to beat two. The punch came from Rowville. Spencer just couldn't quite read it off the fist. Into the pocket they go, over the line, or a free kick given away to Mitch Struck. Now, Rowville. Clark was out in the other pocket. The kick by Schruck just didn't make it to him. Over the line it went, and we'll get a stoppage in Vermont's forward line. And it's on here in the goal square. A player's gone down. This could be undisciplined by Rowville. A whistle's gone.
What's going on? I've got no idea what's happening.
It's a free kick to Rowville.
Tyson Schruck will take the free kick. So it looks like Vermont were the ones that gave this one away. 1 point lead they cling on to at the moment. We're in time on in this third quarter of qualifying final action here at Jubilee Park. He kept it low to Tyson Truck, but much to his detriment as Callum Smith cut it off, took the intercept mark, and Vermont will be able to load up again.
Goes into the middle, a dangerous kick. McCluskey still took a good grab. Ahead of Seth McDonald. Goes inside 50 because he's got a couple of leads. Martingale did well to spoil it to Struck on the ground. Handball back to Verrill, who's in his defensive goal square, still composes himself and gets a kick away to the right back pocket where the mark was taken by Conklin. Short he goes to Brolick. Not 15, said the umpire. He goes short with a kick once again, which is marked by Lockie Stapleton. Still in his defensive 50. Goes to the right half back flank where Conklin's loose. Has Scammell telling him to go forward, which he does with a short kick to Duffy, which was disrupted by Johns. Jenkins there to mop up. Chip over the top to Barlow, who decides to go for goal and misses everything. He had Kalkowski loose. He elected to go for broke, but to no avail.
More pressure than he really had.
He had so much more time to Kai Barlow. He's threatened today. He's impacted the scoreboard, but he could have had maybe a couple of more. He could have given off that opportunity there. Nevertheless, it's Rowville footy in their right back pocket. It will be Stainthorpe who takes the kick out of defensive 50, but he might have turned it over to Cooper Leon. He has. Left half forward flank, about 50 metres out from goal. Darting ball inside forward 50, intercepted by Cal Verrill.
He's been important the last couple of minutes, Cal Verrill.
Showing why he's one of the best defenders in this division as he goes to the left back pocket, where Chambers just sends it as far as he can. Between wing and half back now for the Hawks. They'll get a free kick to Jesse Eichhoff. Of course, as Jared mentioned, the best on ground in that 2023 premiership. He chips it over the top to centre wing, where Struck is often racing, goes short to Stapleton. Still on the far side wing. Edging forward of centre, though, for the Hawks. Goes inside 50, where Smith elected to spoil. He gained a lot of territory with the fist. And it's locked up in the middle of Jubilee Park. And it's 1 point the difference still. 7-9-51. Rowville plays Vermont 8-4-52.
Contest at centre half forward for Rowville. It's going to be locked up again as Josh Clark couldn't break free. What a game we have on our hands here. This is exactly what we were hoping for. Schoenmaker spits out the handball to Brolick. Kept it low. Diving mark by Davey. How good is that?
Gee, that was really good there by Brolick. That is footy smarts at its best.
You see some goals that are something from nothing. That was a mark that was something from nothing.
That was a piece of play created from nothing. That's Anthony Brolick at his absolute very best.
And that's Matty Davey winding back the clock as well.
Indeed. Well, he's kicked 11 goals for the year. Not close to his personal best of 31 in 2022, but he can make a huge impact here if he can put Rowville in front.
Yes.
And he's done just that. They get around Matty Davey, the veteran of Rowville. He stands up once more when his team most needs him.
So I'm wondering where the Rowville crowd is. I'm not hearing many.
Where's Ray gone?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we can hear Ray. Maybe we can hear Ray. There's not too many who've ventured out here, but it is the Hawks leading by 5 points. And the impressive part for them today, 8 goals, 8 individual goal kickers.
Well, they've had to really diversify their forward line. So, yep. Let's leave it at that.
Back in the middle we go. Shower makes the leap and the tap down to Clark. Handballed it off to Edwards. High up and under ball to the right half forward flank where McDonald, in fact, that was Jaworski who'll fly.
Free kick to Askew, yeah.
Holding, I think it was, and it's Riley Askew who goes near the boundary line. Still at the left half back flank for the Eagles. McCluskey, short to Barlow, who forced the contest, did Edwards. Heck gets the ball here and goes to the right forward pocket for the Hawks as Scrivanos taps it. Can't take clean possession though, it's Wilcox who does. Dishes it off to Askew, who smartly chips it in the direction of Barlow. Was spoiled from behind once again. The Eagles, the outnumber on the ground. Jenkins receives it from Kalkowski. Neely's happy to be ushered over the boundary line.
I think what we're seeing here is Vermont are really exposing Rowville's game. So the pressure, the body work, Rowville can't compete. Rowville are a transition side, and they're not winning this contest stuff here.
That's all got Toss this ball back into play once again. Showmakers won it down. Tried to find Stapleton. It's Edwards, the toe poke off the deck, which should be picked up here by Dixon. It is. Handballed it off to Dunn. Dunn to Neely, who chipped the kick away, but to no one in particular. It's Jenkins there on the ground, who's tackled immediately by Jackson McDonald and Mitch and Jonty Duffy as well. You're right, Brash. Duffy has really stepped it up in this third quarter. He's had to, as has this Rowville side. They lead by 5 points as Showmakers won it down. Edwards got a kick away despite a bump there from Dunn. It was disrupted, so it might open up the possibilities for the Hawks, though, as Verrill will get a high free kick after receiving the handball from Jaworski. And he lets his opponent know about it as well. He's on the right side for a left footer, but might be too far out to score as Clark is lingering around this. I'll have to pay close attention to him as he'll head to the teeth of goal. Well, he's got a player on a lead, but it'll fall short as the three-quarter time siren sounds out here at Jubilee Park. We're set for an epic finish out here in the Premier Division qualifying final. Rowville lead 8-9-57 to Vermont 8-4-52. The major goal kickers, 2 goals each to Sam Weedham and Cooper Leon, Tyrone Armu, all single goal kickers from there on out. We're going to go to a break here, and when we return, we'll hear from Ben Wise and bring you the final quarter of this cracking Premier Division qualifying final between the Hawks and the Eagles.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. We've got an epic finish on our hands out here in the Premier Division qualifying final. Rowville held Vermont scoreless after conceding 8 goals in the second term. They now lead the Hawks 8-9-57 to Vermont 8-4-52. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland, Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay, and we're Ben Warren Smith on the boundary, and we'll hopefully hear from him and Ben Wise soon. Before we do, though, we'll go around the grounds and we'll start with Division 1, a cracking contest at Tormore Reserve. It's locked up at 8-8-56 apiece between North Ringwood and Mitcham, who Both sides are looking to book their ticket to the Division 1 Grand Final in a fortnight's time out of Pink's Reserve. Meanwhile, at Walker Park, Surrey Park have started to make a bit of a move. They now lead by 29 points over Templestowe, 10-5-65. The Panthers to Templestowe 5-6-36. And in Division 3, the Basin have also made a bit of a move out against Upper Ferntree Gully, who have impacted the scoreboard finally after kicking 9 consecutive behinds to start the game. But the Basin are 5-9-39, Upper Ferntree Gully 1-9-15. And of course, in the women's grand finals as well, out at HE Parker Reserve, currently taking place, the Premier Division decider between Park Orchards and Baronia. And the Sharks look set to complete the three-peat. They lead 5-11-41 to Baronia 2-1-13. So a historic three-peat potentially on hand for the Sharks, and a potential historic first premiership for Montrose in the women's competition after 3 consecutive grand finals. They lead Heathmont 5-1-31 to the Jets 1-1-7. Brash, before we go down to BWS on the boundary with Ben Wise, what do we reckon ahead of this final quarter?
Well, I think most of the scoring has been down at the Aqua Nation end, and Vermont are kicking at that end in the last quarter. But I was impressed with the way Rowville fought back in that third quarter. They were a bit more methodical. Vermont gave away some stupid free kicks in their forward 50 when they had the opportunities. Look, it's still a 50-50 game for mine, Em.
I think if Vermont can keep up the pressure, we've seen, as we mentioned, sort of in that last quarter, Rowville are really struggling to compete aerially, and they're really struggling to compete in contests on the ground as well. What they are doing well at is a one-on-one in the defensive 50, and then getting those quick, cheap, easy hand passes and kicks. So really, I reckon it's up to Vermont in the way that they want to sort of coordinate, flood the corridor a bit, because they're not allowing for those cheap, easy kicks, which is resulting in the turnovers. So they're in a really good position, Vermont, to take this game on and probably do what not a lot of the media team thought were possible.
You're not wrong there,
And that is another head shake to Brash, just in case anyone is interested and has been here all afternoon.
We're going down to Ben Warren Smith with Benny Wise.
Yeah, just down here with Ben Wise. Ben, that was a great response by the boys after half-time. Defensive structure, the work rate, and all the contested possession, all the place in that.
Before a lot better before it was at half time, but yeah, we got the game looking a little bit better. We set up a little bit better around the footy, and I thought we used it better going forward instead of dumping it away and giving the ball back to them, which started their offence. We're contesting.
Confident for this last term, the boys have just got to stick to the plan.
Always confident.
All the best.
They are always confident heading into last quarters. As well as Vermont have the scoring end, Rowville, they have had some final quarters where they've been run over the top by sides, but they do have a tendency to run out games.
But they've also, I was just going to say, they also got they also can steamroll sides in the last quarter as well, Josh.
It's all going to start in the middle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Who will win this first centre clearance? Who will win this Premier Division qualifying final? We'll find out in 30 minutes' time. Jared Beanland.
Up they go. Nick Showmaker's got the first tap down of the final quarter. Stapleton foraging for it. Just lost it a little bit there. Schrock wrapped up by 2. Not going anywhere. 5-point lead to Rowville coming into this final quarter, of course. Showmakers again gets the tap. It eludes everyone. Vermont the first back onto it. McCluskey now. And Jenkins onto the wing. Dixon went one-handed, held up by Gamble. Got away anyway. Stole the march. Amu or Wiedemann.
Gee, that was really played well by Dixon. I actually thought he had no chance then of recovering the ball.
I don't think a whole lot of people thought he had a chance there to deliver it like that to Sam Wiedemann.
2 goals in the second quarter to Sam Wiedemann. He can be their spearhead in this final quarter and going through into this final series as well for Vermont. Kicking towards the Vermont crowd. They will tell the tale if this kick is true. It is not. They remain silent for now as Vermont edge 1 point closer to regaining their lead.
And here's Mitch Schruck looking to clear defensive 50 on this kick out. It was a smart pinpoint kick. It's Cole Stainthorpe, still in his defensive 50. Has Jaworski on a lead, which he honours. And despite Johns' best efforts, still took the grab to the former Wandon man and chipped it with the left foot to Tyler Edwards. Handballs it to a running Clark on this broadcast side wing to the left half forward flank where Wilcox floats him from the side and took the intercept grab. There might be something here going for the Hawks. It is maybe an off-the-ball free kick to Seth McDonald, who goes lateral with the kick because he's got two players loose. One of those is Mitch Gamel, still in the centre square, but just outside the arc. Has a player loose, who takes the grab. And it is Will Varell who can go back and punish Vermont for their missed opportunity before.
Yeah, a bit of lack of discipline there once again by Vermont. This time it actually could cost them a goal.
Will Varell, of course, the former Eastern Ranger, talented family are the Varells, with Carl putting together a fantastic season. And Will starting to play a bit more senior footy. This is his 42nd senior game. Little bit of an angle, 25 metres out, slots it. Rowville with the all-important first goal of this last quarter, and it's Will Varell's second. He's the first multiple goal scorer for the Hawks, and they now lead by 10, 9-9-63, Vermont 8-5-53.
So this is the challenge now for Vermont. Rowville have fired the first shot in the last quarter, and they now hold a 10-point lead. Now it's up to Vermont. They need to respond, need to respond very, very quickly. The one thing that Vermont need to do, can someone please put some time on Josh Clark on the wing, because he's just running amok, and they need to get a tag on him.
Well, it was Showmakers with that tap out of the centre. Go Rowville, inside forward 50, Scrivenos. Just couldn't quite get to it. Wilcox was there. Safe hands now to Isaacs. They're sharing it through hands of Vermont. Oh no, under pressure. The handball wasn't great. They all fell upon him, did Rowville.
I think Vermont can feel a little hard done by, because I thought that was a free kick then.
That was McCluskey. Tapped down by Showmakers. Edwards was there, but he had two to contend with. Callum Smith was one of them, wrapped up by the goal kicker, Verrill. 4 minutes gone in this final quarter. 10-point lead currently to Rowville. Good slap forward by Showmakers. Once more held up, though.
Rowville doing really well with all of these ball-ups. Showmakers trying to tap to the outside to capitalise on Rowville's run here.
There we go again, as Jenkins, though, got in the way this time, but they left it behind, did Vermont, and it's Schruck wheeling this way, and that centering ball. Kick and a half from goal. It's been taken by Jackson McDonald. Just a little kick over the top. Still not setting up the goal quite yet. It's Mitch Schruck into the pocket. Oh, there was a loose player. Just overcooked the kick to him, but bounces into the hands of Burke. Oh, his handball was smothered by Stapleton. Rowville with an opportunity that trails away over the boundary line.
You got to be impressed with Rowville's composure early on in this last quarter. They're just playing really, really smart, safe football. They're not doing anything extravagant.
Dunn and Scrivanos will go at it. Dunn got the tap. Rode by Grimster, tackled by Stapleton. They still escape, though, through Jenkins onto the wing. Showmakers has set himself up well. Has to lope after the ball. Wiedemann with plenty to contend with. Now Tyson Schruck onto the outside again. Go Rowville, and it was Stainthorpe. Hits up Clark. Held up briefly. Looking for options. Goes to Edwards. A good lead. Well presented. It was Jaworski. Still a little too far out to score. The Vermont Tools, they're going to set themselves up. Or is Jaworski going to go back and take the responsibility himself? It's going to be a long kick, but he's no stranger to goals.
I said there was going to be a time in this game where Rowville were just going to seize the initiative. They have done so.
Provided a great dynamic duo with Macaulay Beckwith a couple years ago during Lilydale's leaner years. He can kick a goal. He's gone it from the arc. It's straight. It's true. Oh, not quite. Didn't quite have the distance. Vermont rush it over.
Fair effort that from the Eagles as McCluskey on kick-out duties. They trail by 11 points as he goes short to Wilcox, gets it back to McCluskey in the right back pocket. Now to the broadcast side wing where Verrill spoils our move from behind, and over the boundary line it goes.
I think the young Vermont side have just gone back into their shell a little bit here. They're not playing with that dare and freedom that they did in the second half.
Comes down to leaders like Dixon, like Johns, to really step it up if they are to get over the line, as they will themselves forward, but not for long though. Gamble with the intercept possession has had a pretty decent game. Tries to find Clark on the broadcast side wing with a kick, but the boundary line beats him. And we'll have this ball tossed back into play. Centre wing broadcast side. Slightly forward of centre for the Hawks, who lead by 11 points and have had most of the attacking territory in this second half. What can Vermont do to turn the tide? It's done from behind. Got it to Smith. Handball was interfered with. Deflects to Dunn, who got a handball away. He was lucky the umpire blew the whistle.
No,
that could have looked like a throw.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crow throw there by Dunn.
Umpire was blindsided, but they still win a stoppage to the Eagles as Smith got his arms free. Got it to Dunn, who just burst through the stoppage. Couldn't get a clean kick away, but it still favours the Eagles. Kalkowski sends it high and long inside forward 50, where Verrill took the intercept grab. He stepped it up in this second half, heads to the right back pocket, where the mark is taken by Jackson McDonald. Chip kick over the top to Cole Stainthorpe. They just look to chip it around through the Hawks. The kick fell short of Martingale. Still had time to pick it up and compose himself, although the kick wasn't all that great. Still picked up by Stainthorpe, who goes to the far side half-back flank, where it's intercepted by Burke. Looks to go immediately because he's got Jenkins loose. Was spoiled by Conklin. Open the door, though, for the loose Vermont player, who's going to run in and make it a 4-point ball game again. Adrian Kalkowski with the goal. He gets his first, and it's Vermont 9-5-59 to Rowville 9-10-64. 8.5 minutes played in this final term.
Well, Mitchell Schruck limping off.
You know, it's sometimes it's just one little opportunity like that. Rowville have dominated the first 8 minutes of this third quarter, and just an inopportune bounce of the ball.
Yep.
And Vermont pounced on it, and they got the goal that brings them back into the contest.
What can they do from clearance here, Vermont? They do have Johns and Dunn. Nearly tapped it to him. Showmaker's got the secondary tap. Callum Smith put his hand in the way of that Rowville handball. Clark works his way back onto it. Hits up Chambers, sharing it round. It's now Martingale, one-on-one with Davey. Oh, nearly a safe pair of hands. Just got it at the ground level. Shoveled the handball out. Martingale there for backup again. Vicious tackle by Grimster over the line.
Gee, that's really good there by Grimster. That was a really, really good, solid tackle.
You could just feel the intensity lift that little bit more as well, Jared.
Yeah, you can see there's a bit more of a spring in the step of the Eagles. Their confidence bolstered by that last goal by Kolkovsky. Showmaker's lopes after his own tap. Tried to delay the handball to Chambers. Oh, just shrugged the tackle there. Brolick now received the handball, and Schrock is in a bit of open space. Finds the lateral kick as Rowville are on the warpath here. Bounces into the hands of McDonald, has time and space to wield the ball to effect, and that effect is Jaworski.
Yeah, they just dropped off their opponent there, Vermont. That was once again really good hands by Brolick. Gee, the skipper's really stepped up with some clutch plays in this second half.
Jordan Jaworski's had a sighter on the opposite side of the ground.
This is not an easy kick for a right footer.
It will not be an easy task here to put Rowville further in front. Sets it up. Oh, nearly. Just off hands. Oh, it's still in play. Duffy, did he get a boot to it? No, it was all touched. Oh, heart in your mouth stuff there for the Eagles as they desperately hold on in defence. Vermont to bring this one back in.
Klusky on kick-out duties. One straight kick in it as he goes dangerous. Still found Johns, who went quiet in that third term. Will look to step it up in the last as he heads with the kick to Badramov on the broadcast side wing. Picks it up off the ground. Was run down by Skrivanos. Pulled the tackle late in the end because it could have been a dangerous tackle there given away from him. But he did well, did the young forward for Rowville, who go up in this ruck contest and win it down against Dunn. It was Johns who was there, was tackled and spilt to Skrivanos. Stapleton Edwards, Clark, struck with many handballs, and he gets the kick away to Tyson. Inside 50, the mark should be paid, it isn't. Duffy's on the ground, handballs to Jaworski. He's got Matt Davey loose in the goal square! And it's 2 straight kicks now. 11 and a half minutes played in this last term. Rowville 10-11-71 to Vermont 9-5-59. They nearly mucked it up, but they made it work, did the Hawks.
Yeah, really good. Good hands and good poise there once again by Rowville. Just to create that little bit of space, Em.
Yeah, just really great numbers running forward of the footy now. I think the confidence is there, so they're starting to believe that they can get the ball, and that's the result there. Vermont really have to figure out, like I said at the start of the quarter, how they're going to put the physical pressure on.
Yeah, I just feel like like I said, they've gone back. I think Vermont have gone back into their shells a little bit. They're not attacking it like they did in that second quarter.
This is the time of the year where quality stands out. Kick straight out of the contest by Clark. Dangerous times here for Vermont. Roved by Schruck. He can take a shot at goal and really put the pain on Vermont. Not quite. Just missed to the left.
Tell you what, he could have nearly iced the game there, I reckon, with that goal.
Yeah.
Well, it's still... We've only gone 12 and a half minutes in this final quarter.
But they're just playing... I just think they're playing at the moment, Rowville.
Do we go early with the handy point call? Because it feels like a handy point.
No, too early.
So McCluskey has the kick-in responsibilities as he has recently. Dixon, well done. Not sure if he controlled the mark or was given the free kick, but regardless, ends up with the ball. The former Norseman keeps it low onto the wing. Callum Smith, it's Neely in fact, is there. Jesse Neely, one of the younger brigade of Vermont. Gee, they're holding it up, and Rowville now well set down the line. Punched out of the hands of Callum Smith. Able to find a bit of space, was still tackled though. Hands it off. Inside forward 50 go Vermont. Wiedemann at his bootlaces. Gets it to Armu. Everything's pressurised here. He was upended before he got the kick away, and now it's come to Rowville. The kick was marked by Clark. It was Jaworski who dropped back there to provide assistance, and now Clark can exit defence for the Hawks.
Darting kick finds Gamel, who goes through the middle because he sees an option loose, but it'll fall short of him. Burke elects to spoil. Nearly there, was locked up by Davey. Youth against experience going head-to-head there.
I think he was actually trying to mark the ball there, Burke. I don't think he was trying to spoil it, Josh.
Caught in two minds there was the St Kilda VFL listed player. Is this ball not going anywhere? Still in the centre square. Forward of centre for the Hawks, I should say. There's a Hawks player down behind play. It might be Gamel as they win this clearance in the meanwhile and get the kick inside forward 50, which is an open forward 50. Duffy got a handball away. Struck the left foot snap.
I reckon that could be the goal that kills this game off here.
It could be the dagger in the heart for the Eagles, who are out on their haunches at the moment, and they trail this game now by 19 points. 11-12-78 to Vermont, 9-5-59. 14 and 3/4 minutes gone, final term.
Another Rowville player coming hobbling off the ground too.
I think that's Gamel.
Yeah, it's just a cramp where I was looking at before.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that the Eagles have just run out of steam here.
It's that extra size in the ground.
Yeah,
and Rowville's game is a run and carry game. We have to remember that they're going to have the legs. They showed that in the games that we've already watched them play.
Ben Warren Smith on the boundary.
Mitch Struck just come back onto the ground after suffering a minor corky.
Thank you very much. Done. Taken to ground.
And the one thing that's notable is Vermont are not winning centre clearances like they had in the second quarter.
Oh, absolutely. This one just about to go the way of Rowville is Brolick's kick. It ended up finding Jenkins, but it's all Rowville territory at this point. Still though, the Eagles cling on as Wilson laid the tackle. Once again, we ball it up. Schoenmakers taps it down. Edwards brought to ground.
And Brash, a lot of that is, like I mentioned earlier in the quarter, they're tapping and getting a bit more distance, whereas they were winning taps in the other quarters, but they were going straight down and they were getting tackled as a consequence.
Schoenmakers first to it again. Edwards just lost it for a second, but Rowville retain possession. They'll load up once more. Top of the goal square. Great grab by Isaacs. Juggled it to himself.
She's been serviceable today, Harry Isaacs.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to try and find the exit here. Noah Burke takes the mark. He's been excellent as well, keeping it low. Oh, the missed kick was not what Vermont wanted to see as Tyson Schrock cut it off. Disheartening stuff as Vermont fail to transition out of defence. Rowville kick it around to themselves, and it ends up with Tyson Edwards and a shot at goal.
You know, and the way this game's going at the moment, Rowville could actually end up winning this game by 5-6 goals the way that they're playing at the moment, because Vermont have absolutely stopped to a walk here.
Yeah. You look at all these players and they're either out on their feet or they've got their hands on their hips. There's
no run, and the thing is there's a lot of hands on hips out there as well.
Well, Edwards passed it to Schrock. This would be the death knell from the arc. Rowville are on their way
for a behind.
So on Vermont, last time we saw them, they were having a bit more of a slower kick-style game of football. They don't play a run and carry, and they've had to flood all their numbers back to try and stop Rowville, but they haven't even been able to transition the ball out quickly. And it's the last quarter. They've run out of legs. They're playing a game that they don't usually play.
Burke goes to this broadcast side between wing and half back for the Eagles, where it's turned over. Stapleton, chip kick, not paid 15. Certainly wasn't 15. Might not have even been 10 from Edwards. So got a kick away to Schrock. Took an uncontested grab directly in front of goals and around about 35 metres out. And this to put the dagger in the hearts, truly, of the Vermont faithful. They've fought hard all day, have the Eagles, but the class of the Hawks has shone through. And it's guys like Tyson Schrock who have stood tall as the Hawks look to move one step closer to another grand final appearance. A potential third grand final appearance under Ben Wise as Schrock slots it. He has 3, and the Hawks now lead by 26, 12-13-85 to Vermont 9-5-59 at the 18.5-minute mark of this final quarter.
Yeah, look, the Eagles have given it their best shot. They've just, look, to be honest with you, they have run out of legs. They just can't get, they just can't find any clean possession. They can't win the centre clearance. They can't go forward because they're kicking to 3-on-2. The class of Rowville, the physicality of Rowville has overwhelmed Vermont in the second half.
Boundary side with Ben Warren-Smith.
Just wanted to give some around-the-ground scores. Mitcham lead by 6 points over North Ringwood in the final term in the Division 1 semi-final. In Division 2, we have Surrey Park. Josh, you'll be happy about this one. 20-point lead over Templestowe. And, of course, we in Division 3... Last but not least, finally, they're kicking some goals out there at Wally Chew, the Basin leading by just over 5 goals over Upper Fentry Gully.
You should see the smile on my face, BWS.
Well, finally, Vermont got a clearance. They had to retreat and work their way down the near side wing. It's ended up with Dixon here, high up and under, inside forward 50. It's all Hawks. Martingale is composed as you like.
It's been all Hawks in the second half, Jared.
Absolutely. Oh, daunting prospect for the Rowville player underneath that ball as flying shot at goal by Jenkins goes wayward. One behind.
I still stand by they're not competing aerially, Rowville. So the run and carry is great, their transition's great, but the physicality really did him in the second, and there's just moments that we're still seeing of that in this quarter as well.
Mitchell Schrock exits defence. Schoenmakers was the target. Somewhere over the line.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that this might have an overall bearing on the result, but Wiedemann missing that goal very early on in the last quarter, I think that was a really important key moment for confidence for Vermont, and I think they've missed their opportunity on that.
It was a wind out of the sails moment, wasn't it? And we've got Vermont, Smith. Can they kick a late consolation goal? Smith gets it back. Hands it out. High kick inside forward 50. Kalkowski was there. It bounces to Spencer. He gets wrapped up. They're not going anywhere. They can't get any traction this quarter at all.
And they can't hit they just cannot hit a target in their forward 50 now, Vermont.
And, of course, this sets up an excellent game between Rowville and East Ringwood. And Rowville to get another shot at the Roos as they've lost twice to them this year. So that'll be a fascinating clash next weekend.
And look, let's be honest, Vermont have been up for the last 6 to 7 weeks just to secure their spot here. Like I said, they get another shot at the title next week, but they're going to have to go back to the drawing board because they've just been out-muscled in the second half.
I'll have to play out at Winflack Reserve against either Doncaster East or Blackburn, which we'll be covering tomorrow for the Eastland match of the round as the Hawks kick it to the right half forward flank where it's intercepted by Tyrone Armu. Heads into the middle because he's got to play a loose. Ikov stripped him of it. Got a handball away to Chambers. Streaming inside forward 50. Then going backwards with the handball as well to Mitch Struck. Kicks it to the hot spot where plenty of players are now surrounding this footy, mainly in purple and gold. And it's the Hawks who gather numbers and handball it to Schoenmakers. Who also impacts the scoreboard, does Nick Schoenmakers. And it's now 31 points, the difference between the Hawks and the Eagles. 13-13-91 to Vermont 9-6-60 as there's a bit going on as well off the ball.
Well, look.
What's the point?
No, well, look, I think there's a bit of, look.
Someone hasn't played senior football before, Jared.
Okay, fair enough.
Look, I think there's obviously feeling amongst the two sides, and I think Rowville were probably a little bit stunned at half time with what the Eagles had served up to them in the second quarter, but now they, Rowville are just, asserting their authority again.
Well, it was a free kick out of the middle to Vermont. Low spearing ball to Leon. Let it bounce in front of him, but it was Martingale with the tackle.
I don't think, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure whether Vermont have taken a mark in their forward 50 in the second half. Maybe one or two at tops.
That one to Wiedemann, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So Brolick was able to get the clearance this time. Chasing onto it is Jackson McDonald, nearly wearing him like a glove. That was...
And they've only kicked goals from one end of the ground this quarter, whereas Rowville have been able to kick goals
at both
ends, and that's been the difference in the end.
Crashing in goes Schoenmakers. Renewed vigour after that goal.
But at least the one thing that the young Vermont team will take away, yes, they got close, but they need to realise that, this is a very experienced side, and you need to pull something out of the bag if you're going to take a game off them.
Spencer's kick from that clearance was cut off by Eichhoff, and Rowville about to rebound once more. Brolick copped heavy attention there in that marking contest. Comes up with the ball and a grin.
Brash, that second quarter they had and the way that they've covered the middle of the ground, they do those things really well, Vermont. They just need to just do it for 4 quarters.
Yeah, but it's the youth, and like I said, they've been up for such a long time. Jared hit the nail on the head in the third quarter. When you got such a young side, inconsistency really does reign supreme, and I think that epitomises Vermont today.
Well, punched out of the hands of the Vermont forward there. It came back to Henry Smith.
Even when they win the ball back, Vermont, they're under pressure, and they can't get a clean disposal.
Another thrust forward failed there for Vermont, but at least they've got that stoppage inside forward 50. Schoenmakers unattended in the ruck contest. It comes to Johns, however, to the top of the goal square. Wiedemann's there. It's offhand. Another behind for Vermont, and the reserves players back there, they've fallen quite silent now.
Yeah, well, they'll be disappointed. I think a lot of Vermont people will be disappointed, especially with the second half, because I think there was genuine belief that they were right in this contest.
Struck, sharp ball to McDonald. Goes to the right half back flank. Davey tucked up to the boundary line. 25 and a half minutes played. There might not be too much longer left. The Hawks lead by 5 goals. They're going to play East Ringwood in next weekend's second semi-final with a chance to make the Premier Division Grand Final on the line against the Roos for them. There's Vermont turn it over. Wilson mown down. Still got a handball away, and the kick got to Wilcox on true centre half back. Into the middle he goes. with a looping kick, which was dropped by McDonald. Vassas kicks it inside 50, where it's cut off by Calvarell, who's really stepped it up in this second half. Again, showing why he's had such a fantastic season. There'll be a lot of VFL clubs keeping an eye on him as well. Does have VFL experience, but he started to break through this year as the young defender as the kick out from defence. Reaches Matt Davey, handballs to Jaworski, who has a paddock on centre wing far side. Kicks it long inside 50 as the final siren sounds. Shawmaker's got a shot, which won't be paid a goal, but it won't matter because the Hawks are going through to a second semi-final. 13-13-91, defeating a plucky Vermont 9-7-61. An entertaining game, particularly that second quarter. Yep. But Wayne Brasher, Emma Mackay, it was the class of the Hawks and the experience of their side that prevailed.
Yes, it was, Josh. And look, kudos to Rowville. They were severely challenged in that second quarter. They went off the ground at half-time, they walked off knowing that that Vermont had absolutely outplayed them in that second quarter. But look, they've got their own sense of belief, and look, they went back, they regrouped, stuck to their game plan, and in the second half it was their will to win and the fact that their experienced players, they stepped up to the plate when they had to. They're a proven final side, Rowville, and this is another valuable lesson once again for this young Vermont group, that when you get a side on the ropes, you just cannot afford to let them back in the contest.
It's worth mentioning as well that we look at the teams out here today. Vermont have 6 players from that 2023 grand final on the field. Rowville have, I'm not sure if it's 12 or 11. I can't remember if Jackson McDonald.
It's a few.
It's a few.
Yeah, it's 11 or 12. And so you can see the experience of Rowville. It shone through today. The senior players for Vermont, they did their bit, and the younger players are perhaps the more exciting part of it all.
Oh, look, there's a lot to look forward to, Jared. But the thing is, in the second half, Brolick stepped up to the plate.
Yep.
He played a phenomenal game for me today. Him and Josh Clark, right? These are why these two blokes are rated so highly. And some of this footy smarts that Brolick showed, mate, they're skills, right, that only the very, very best players possess.
He did, and Brolick was good, but guys like Tyson Schrock as well, I thought accumulated the footy and was a bit of a difference in the end in that game, kicking the 3 goals, and I think all of them coming in the second half, but you can see why he's played a lot of AFL games this season with Casey. And just your final thoughts on this game as well, with some of those VFL listed players, guys like Calvarell as well, who's not on a VFL list, but some of those young guns starting to come to the fore too.
Well, Varel, both Varels actually did really, really well. So both ex-Rangers players. Gamble is an ex-Rangers player. I really liked him coming off in the back line. Wilson in Vermont, he had a bit of an impact on the footy. So if we're looking just at those young players as a whole, it's really exciting for this level of football to have such talent coming through, and then having those players coming back with that VFL experience.
So we'll go down to Ben Warren Smith shortly. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten around Ray Baird and asked him for an interview.
Where I reckon Vermont won in one position, I reckon Dunn won his position today.
Yeah.
Oscar Dunn in the ruck. He'd be getting a vote off me, I reckon.
We're going to go to boundary side. It looks like Ben Warren Smith as Tyson Schrock alongside him. BWS take it away.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Down here with Tyson Schrock, mate. What a fantastic game by you. 3 goals. And I have about 5-10 supporters, plus all the boys have said, I've got to come and interview you today, mate. You must be pretty proud about you. You're not only your own game, but the team as a whole. What a second half that was.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That second quarter, they got on top of us, and to come out at half-time, Sorry. to come out after half-time...
We've done so well this season!
To come out half-time and do that performance from us boys was pretty unreal, so...
Well, Tyson, congratulations on the victory. What's it like being back at Rowville after spending majority of the season at the VFL level?
It's just helped me a lot as well, coming back. 14 games there. 14 games there and coming back, all the boys, this is my family here. I just love this club. So I play with freedom down here and, I just love it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Good day, Tyson S. Jared. How does it feel to push further forward into the final series, and knowing that you've got plenty of experienced players around you that have played in that premiership in 2023, and just the young kids coming through as well? What's the balance of the sideline?
Yeah, our midfield's unreal at the moment. Like, we can throw 6 or 7 people through down there. It's pretty unreal, and like the time we get to spend forward is just bonus for our team. More crafty players down there, which is unreal.
I think we might let you go, Tyson, because your teammates are waiting to sing the song. But a fantastic performance from him and from the entire Rowville side, particularly in that second half. And it's great to see Josh Clark get around him as well. And a fantastic performance from both those players today as they'll sing this song with absolute gusto. And we'll hopefully be able to get that courtesy of Tobin Brothers Funeral Celebrating Lives. We'll go through our 3-2-1 after we go to one final break. But we, as I said, we'll get the song. We don't have the Cryo Say Young Best on Ground award. We will still, as I said, go through our 3-2-1. We'll go through some of the scores around the grounds because there's been some entertaining games across the traps in the senior women's competition as their season came to a conclusion across the finals this weekend in second semi-final action in Division 1 and Division 2, and of course the Division 3 preliminary final as well. And we look likely to have our final grand finalists as well in that game out at Wally Chew Reserve as the Rowville players make their way into the rooms, and we will absolutely hear them belt out this song. Might even hear Ray Baird sing the song as well.
Just stay outside the room, Ben. No, he's cut out.
We'll try our best to get the song, but we might not be able to do so. I think
our reception's not been that flashed.
No. Unfortunately, with concrete walls as well. But did we want to go to one? Oh, it's coming through.
I think I muted him.
Sporadic. It's happening again, bro.
That was just Ray.
We might go to one last break here, and when we return, we'll go through our best on ground votes, bring you the scores around the grounds. In the Premier Division qualifying final, Rowville victors 13-13-91 to Vermont 9-7-61.
Her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, Premier Division qualifying final. Run and done out here between Rowville and Vermont, and it is the Hawks progressing through to a second semi-final against East Ringwood, defeating a resilient Vermont side, I should say. 13-13-91, the Hawks to the Eagles, 9-7-61. Your major goal kickers throughout the day for the Hawks, 3 goals to Tyson Schuck, 2 goals each to Will Varell and Matt Davey, whilst also impacting the scoreboard was Tate Scrivano, Seth McDonald, Nick Showermakers, Lockie Stapleton, Anthony Brolick and Lachlan Wines, who didn't play from the first quarter after suffering a suspected ankle injury. Hopefully not the worst injury, and he's able to play throughout the remainder of this finals series. For the Eagles, 2 goals each to Tyrone Armour, Cooper Leon, Sam Wiedemann, all coming in that second quarter as well, whilst Kai Barlow, Adrian Kalkoski and Noah Burke also impacted the scoreboard. Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Emily Mackay. We've got Matt Spider-Lee and Brett Davidson up here as well. And Dave, I'm going to go to you first. I think the class and the experience of Rowville really shone through in that second half in the end against a youthful but a very exciting Vermont side, it must be said.
Yeah, look, I think the style of play suited this ground with Rowville. When I look at it, really, I think Vermont only had one decent quarter. They played
it was just that second quarter.
They played a very good second quarter when they got some run and carry and they were able to break the lines and got it into their forward line. To be honest, I'd hate to be a forward in Vermont's team because the amount of ball that just gets bombed on top of their forwards, they had no representation in their small forwards. I just think Rowville were just too classy. And as I said a couple of minutes ago, they lost a player. They lost their best forward at the 14-minute mark, I think, of the first quarter. Had no replacement for the rest of the game, and yet they ran the game out. They had full running at the end of the game. I was most impressed with them. For my votes, I found it really hard. Because I thought there was some... he went off the ground a fair bit in the last quarter, and he had been...
Are we doing votes yet? I don't know if we're doing votes yet.
Let's go with votes now. Let's go with votes now.
Yeah.
I'll keep track of them.
So I'm going to give an apology to Oscar Dunn because I thought he was fabulous, and I'm going to give an apology to Nick Showermakers because I thought he was fantastic. So I thought both of them were really good. There's a number of players for Rowville I could have given votes to, but I've given one vote to Mitch Schruck. I thought he was... I thought all day, even in that second quarter when Vermont got on top, it was his ability to drive the football with that powerful left and right leg he's got, that he's able to move the ball over lines. I just thought he was consistent all the way through. I gave 2 votes, and I nearly gave him best on ground. I thought Noah Burke was absolutely sensational today. His marking over the entire game was just wonderful to watch for a young player. He does let himself down a little bit with his decision making, with his kicking, but for a young boy to stand up in a final like that, he was superb. And even though he's a little bit undisciplined, I gave 3 to Tyson Schruck because when it was time to stamp your foot and stamp your class on a game, that's what he did, and that's what big players do in big finals. So he got my 3 votes.
Undisciplined on the field and behind the mic. Emily Mackay, to you.
Was that a dig at me?
Not to you. No, at Tyson. At Tyson Schruck.
It just went straight into on the mic, and I thought, was that an insult? Anyway,
not to you.
We're here. We're moving on. I think this was a really, really hard game to do votes for. A lot of quite consistent players. I went with a full Rowville lineup, which is not something I commonly like to do. I'm going to start one vote. I'm going to give to Gamble. I really liked his ability to read the play. He's a young centre-half back. I thought he stood out in some really good moments. So happy with him getting 1-1. Showermakers, I don't think I have to say too much about him. Just the dominance in the third and fourth in particular really sort of helped Rowville get that ball moving forward, and especially with the change-up of the style of ruck taps that he had. So he gets a 2, and then I don't need to say much because you guys have a lot to say about him, and that's Tyson Struck for 3.
Matt Spider-Lee, your 3, 2 and 1 for this game.
Okay, yeah, look, it was an intriguing game because if we were doing votes in the first half, we probably would have given them to a lot of different players, but in the end, it was just the ability of Rowville to be able to wear their players down and the way that they moved the ball, particularly from stoppage. First of all, yeah, I actually liked a lot of players. I've weighed this first vote up. I still feel like in the second half, I thought Anthony Brolick stepped into the game and started to have a real big impact just at stoppage and really burst the game open a bit, particularly at clearance. So I'm going to give him 1. I thought Shellmakers was terrific. He really just took over in the ruck and just dominated it and really showed why he is the best ruck in the competition, and he just really dominated around the ground. And Oscar Dunn did certainly compete well in the first half, but Shellmakers just showed him up in the second half and showed his true colours. But 3 votes. Look, when you go off the ground, you get sent off, but for an undisciplined act, but you come back on and you make impact, you make amends. He basically took the game away from Vermont with the way that he used the ball and his finishing ability. And I think Tyson Truck was the best player on the ground.
Wayne Brasher, I'm going to you next for your 3, 2 and 1.
Yeah, it's look, I had a bit of a hard time. I thought Dunn was easily Vermont's best player this afternoon. I thought he toiled manfully in the ruck, but unfortunately I can't fit him in the votes, unfortunately, because I thought Showmakers, like Spider just alluded to, just sort of took over in the second half. But I'll give me 1 vote to Tyson Truck. He certainly broke the game open in the third quarter, and he really did stamp his authority on the game.
Are you giving votes to a person that got a card brush? Nothing.
Yeah.
And dropped the F-bomb as well.
It's not the brown
and dropped the first F-bomb of season 2026 on a match of the round.
Then I gave in finals. I'm always looking for the class players that make a difference, not in 4 quarters. And I'm giving my 2 votes to Josh Clark on the wing. I thought he was absolutely superb.
He was good.
He was.
He just accumulated touches. He's got such great composure and delivers the ball. I had a look. I think if I looked at his efficiency today, I reckon it was probably around near 90%. I don't think he rated a possession. But look, for mine, there's only certain players that can have an influence on the contest, and some of the sublime touches that Anthony Brolick did today, some of the street smarts, you can't teach that in a footballer. That comes from within. And I just thought for them, like, he probably didn't have as many touches as probably some of his fellow teammates, but every single possession that he did, and it might have been only 10 or 15, he did something with it, and Rowville benefited from that. And for mine, that's worth 3 votes.
Well, I would go to Ben Warren Smith, but he's chowing down on something at the moment. We'll go to you, Jared.
I might have to correct you there, Josh. I don't think Tyson Shrug did drop the first F-bomb on the match of the round. I think BWS is guilty of that.
I think that was Jason Evan. Well, the second F-bomb.
It was somewhere there back in the season. Anyway, so as to my votes, apologies to the 2 ruckmen, apologies to Anthony Brolick as well. I couldn't quite fit them in. I agree with Davo down on the end there. I gave 1 vote to Noah Burke. I think he was excellent throughout the whole day. I think he really held Vermont in good stead back there. I'm going to give another backman 2 votes. It's Callum Verrill. I feel like Mitch Gamble definitely perhaps did more with the ball, but Verrill was so excellent in just stopping so much of what Vermont were trying to do. with their tall forwards, and 3 votes, I mean, predictably, Tyson Schrock.
And he is a runaway winner at the moment, is Tyson Schrock. Of course, unfortunately, we don't have the Cryo Stay Young best on ground for today's contest, but...
Have we got an Eastland voucher, Josh?
Have
we got any voucher?
We don't,
There's
unfortunately.
every sponsor that we have.
Surely there's a few stashed away in Ryan's desk somewhere.
I'm going to keep
No,
it
they're
simple.
Ryan's.
I'm
Keep
going
it
to keep it
yourself.
simple. Put the blame on Ryan for not giving me.
Have we got one of those iced tea vouchers from I'm still waiting.
Josh Ward, what are your votes?
Yes, exactly. That's what's most important.
Sorry, Park.
So we have a job to do, guys, and we're getting a little bit out of hand at the moment.
Let's get back on track.
Yeah,
I've given Anthony Brolick 1 vote. I've given Josh Clark 2 votes as well. I agree with you, Brash. Particularly in the second half, they really stood tall and showed why they've both played VFL footy, and Clark more often this year with St Kilda. But I can't go past Tyson Schrock. Even though he dropped an F-bomb, even though he got sent off during the first half, he was still exceptional. Racked up the disposals. He provided an outlet from the stoppage and was the difference in the end with the 3 goals. And he stood tall for the Hawks. And he is our best on ground winner today. But, of course, we don't have the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. We wouldn't have had it for the rest of the season.
But if we did...
I didn't get that.
I put a really good Vermont goals in the second.
Surely we can ring up Joe's and get a $50 iced tea voucher for him or something.
Take it up to our media manager Ryan Long. He has done a good job today out at HE Parker Reserve alongside Blakey Tennant, MC Blake Tennant out there at HE today.
He's right in his element today, wasn't he?
He's doing a great job.
Actually, little shout out to Blake. I got all my audio files ready to go for all the clubs. And within 5 minutes to go for the start of the first game, because I was out there before coming here, I've gone, I haven't got the national anthem. So I'm scrambling to get it onto the little device there. And meanwhile, I said, Blake, have you got because he's playing his tunes on his iPad. Have you got the anthem? He says, yeah, I think I've got it. Yeah. And then he goes, no, I don't think I've got it. I don't think oh yeah, hang on, here. 30 seconds to go. And they've gone.
Blake Tennant behaviour too.
And then he's gone, can you please be upstanding? And then he's pressed the button and it's gone. Saved our day.
He looks so debonair today, Blake. I reckon we get him to wear that birthday suit for the Premier Division Grand Final.
I'm disappointed he didn't rock up in that today.
Can we talk about something other than Blake Tennant?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. Some people could be listening to this for the first time and not know what we're talking about.
I thought he was your favourite person.
I have no favourites whatsoever.
Let's get this back on track.
All equal here.
Summing up this game, though, I think Vermont will take a bit out of that second quarter in particular, and I think they've got a lot of building blocks heading into next weekend against either Doncaster East and Blackburn. And look, I know they've gone down to Doncaster East twice this season, but the Lions, I feel like, have slipped off a little bit, and Blackburn as well. I'm pretty sure they would have defeated them at least once this year or gotten close to them, so they'll take a lot of confidence no matter who they meet.
If they play to the level that they did in the second quarter, Vermont, there's no reason why they can't rebound next week and be competitive and potentially win whoever they play.
You also can't discredit their first quarter. I know it probably didn't look that fancy, but the coverage that they had in the middle of the ground, that was very smart football. Yeah. And it really prevented Rowville doing the run and carry style of game that they like to play and the chip marking that they like to play. They literally couldn't because there were so many numbers back. It's just that transition out that they need to start to worry about. So there's so many positives that come from that first half of football that Vermont played.
I actually think that they're going to have to play at least 3 quarters. At that second quarter intensity, because look, they're coming up against experienced footballers
and some bigger bodies,
and bigger bodies. So they've got to stay in the contest a lot longer, Josh.
I think the biggest problem is today. I marked down. They got 7 players that I rated under 4 out of 10.
Yep.
That's their biggest problem. They got too many players that had no impact on the game. They're good players that did have impact, had plenty of impact. Even when they had a great second quarter, it was 3 or 4 players that were able to impact the game dramatically. But they had too many players that did nothing, I believe.
It always comes down to the bottom 6, Davo, doesn't it?
And if you're comparing to the Rowville side, pretty much all of their players contributed.
I agree. I think they got something out of everybody.
The concerning thing for Vermont is that some of those players that didn't have an impact were their senior players. I feel like Wilcox, I mean, yes, he's stable down back.
But he didn't
do much.
Well, after half time, I think after half time, definitely.
Yeah. Kalkowski as well. He did quite a few things here and there, but he's not having the same impact as he did a couple of years ago. And there was another one that I thought of. Ian Bajramov, he stepped up in the first quarter briefly. He's a goal kicker, though. He's got to... he didn't kick any today.
I think young Kai Barlow's got to work on his game a
that,
little bit too.
That was the other name that I had in mind.
He gave away... Look, he's still lacking a little bit of maturity, but he gave away a couple of crucial free kicks when Vermont had opportunities in that third quarter in their forward 50, which would have been goal-scoring opportunities. So, and also early in the game, he had the opportunity to take ownership of a goal that he should have, and he handed it off.
Yep.
I haven't got an issue with being a team player, but sometimes as a footballer, when you're playing in these type of games, you've got to take ownership. And unfortunately, you learn a valuable lesson from it today.
Yeah, you handballed it to someone who's already under pressure.
We'll go through some scores around the grounds because there were some close games across the traps in the senior men's. We'll go through some of the senior women's scores as well, of course. Recap those grand finals today. But we'll kick things off with Division 1 and out of Tormore Reserve. The Tigers have won 8 finals in a row and are through to a third grand final in the last 4 seasons. 9-13-67, defeating North Ringwood 8-10-58. The Saints will still take a bit out of that contest, but the Tigers, their experience prevailing in the end out there at Tormore Reserve.
Yeah, really good.
Well, the North Ringwood only kicked 2 points in the last quarter. So that's a challenge. Yeah. We talked about how well Mitcham play that ground.
Yeah, they do.
They play it so well. 8 winning finals there is a fair effort. And they play it well, and they're going to play a grand final there. So it'll be a great learning lesson for North Ringwood.
And North Ringwood will play the winner of Park Orchards and Montrose tomorrow. In Division 2, Surrey Park have made their 4th grand final in the last 5 seasons. They knocked off Templestowe 14-7-91, the Dockers 10-11-71. An up and down contest out of Walker Park, but the Panthers prevail. And it's quite remarkable to think they're set to play off in another grand final in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, I just love the maturity that Surrey Park is showing. They seem to, Dave, they just seem to keep learning every single time they play. And I'm still amazed by the Surrey Park story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's a pretty amazing story.
It's one of the fairy tales of the Eastern Football Netball
There's
League,
a reason
really.
why I've got my head turned to the camera.
Can you imagine that they win the grand final and they are going to be playing Noble Park in Division 1?
Yeah, that is mind-blowing.
Isn't that just the craziest thing? That is so weird.
Yeah. They today now
what
cement
a rivalry.
They cement the fact that they go into the grand final as favourites, because I don't think there's any way that a Mulgrave or a Waverley Blues, if they upset Templestowe, they still go in a few steps back from Surrey Park, and now Surrey Park have proven that they can beat Templestowe today. So they are favourites to win at this point.
And you still think Templestowe will be there. I mean, let's, considering they potentially will get another crack at them in a couple of weeks' time, but there's a bit of work to do depending on who they play.
Absolutely. And then the Division 3 preliminary final, and I've got to give kudos to Brett Davidson because he was right. It was 7 goals that he said that the side would win it.
Always right.
And it was the Basin 7-12-54, knocking off Upper Ferntree Gully 2-10-22.
Well, I'm going to take one kudos too because I said they were... because I said... Right, that there was only going to be one side that was going to break that game open, and it was going to be the Basin. They were going to have a moment in time, and they did it.
I don't know whether you could call it broke it open because it was only.
I know, but it was 1-4 to 9 points.
Yeah, 1-4 to 9 points at half time. But you are right, they did.
And then
maybe they just defended really well.
Yeah,
that's breaking it open, isn't it?
They did.
The Division 3 grand final next week is set, and we're going to be at that game at Wally 2 Reserve.
We are.
The Domvale taking on the Basin. The Bears return to the big stage for the first time since 2015. Domvale 5th consecutive grand final. Can they break that hoodoo?
Well, they'll probably they'll start favourite, no doubt.
What are you talking about? I'm back at the basics.
I'm joining you, Em. I'm joining you,
But
Em.
Yeah.
But you couldn't write them off. Yeah,
No, you can't.
No chance.
But upper gully, that's disappointing for them to lose in the manner that they have to the Basin twice within that fortnight. I thought they would have put up a better performance than what they did.
There are times throughout the season where I thought Upper Gully would have just started to edge in front as favourites. They did get that win against Don Vale earlier in the year that they just tailed off towards.
They've got a great game plan, but they're young.
But there's still some upside
really,
in them
great.
in 2027.
They cannot.
They're in a good spot.
They cannot score.
No, they can't.
So you look through the whole year, they've had 9 games under 45. They cannot score. That's their problem. They've been able to defend magnificently and win games by scoring 50.
Come on, Josh, we got the wind up, mate.
We're going to go through some the final women's grand final scores.
Everyone shush.
And Park Orchards have won 3 consecutive grand finals. They've done the three-peat, only the second side to do so, knocking off Baronia 5-12-42 to the Hawks 2-2-14 in that Premier Division grand final out at HE Parker Reserve. And in Division 2, Montrose have broken the duck. They've knocked off Heathmont 7-3-45 to the Jets 3-1-19. And, of course, just recapping some of the other premiers, Baldwin win the Division 1 flag, North Ringwood Red are Division 3 premiers, Wanturna South won the Division 4 premiership, and Upper Ferntree Gully. There was some joy for them today. They won the Division 5 flag as well. So congratulations to all those premiers, but particularly Park Orchards to do the three-peat in the top 2 divisions as well.
Incredible effort.
To go back-to-back in the Premier Division is an absolutely phenomenal effort. And a big shout-out as well to Lee Green, the entire LKL and media crew for covering all those grand finals. John Higgins, I believe, was out at Mulgrave Reserve. I'm sure he would have enjoyed the day out there alongside Ali Curlis and Oscar Lutka.
Well, yes, they're still going, of course, with the women's veteran game underway there.
Yes.
Big shout-out to John, Justin and Lincoln down there today. Making sure everything's up and running and going well. So I'm very happy with that. And, of course, Megan and Lachlan over at H.E. Parker, along with Kate and the other. And
Ryan and Blake calling the game out there, calling all 3 games out there at H.E. Parker Reserve. And the Vets men's currently taking place. Moorbark taking on North Ringwood. I saw on Moorbark's side, Lee Odermatt is playing for them, still chasing another premiership.
Michael Cardamone, captain coach.
It's not
my goodness.
Is he actually?
He's the captain coach. Can you believe that?
But we're going to...
We're still chasing a kick.
We're going to start to wrap things up out here at Jubilee Park. Been a fantastic day. Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay on the special comments doing a fantastic job as always, Brash. Bet you're looking forward to the trip down to Edwin Flack tomorrow.
Oh, yes. I certainly am.
The trip down the coast.
Emily
Get your
Mackay.
seagull music ready.
Emily Mackay, a pleasure to have you on this Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
Looking forward to having you for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure as always, guys.
Brett Davidson, Matt Spiderlee on pre-game and half-time, post-game doing a fantastic job.
Catch you tomorrow down at Berwick at Edwin Flack Oval. Looking forward to what will be a great contest.
See you next Friday.
Going to be a lot of fun previewing all these grand
Off to the G.
Podcast,
More importantly, up the Blue Boys. Jared Beanland, a pleasure to call this game alongside you as well, mate.
Likewise, Josh. What a game it was, and well on to Rowville.
Ben Warren-Smith on the boundary, who I saw was chatting up Ray Baird. He's still chatting up the great man Ray Baird as well. As said, Lee Green in particular doing a fantastic job, making sure and self-congratulating himself, as he always does. But that will do us out here at Jubilee Park.
Thanks for being here, Wardy.
Thank you, Em. In the Premier Division qualifying final, Rowville victors by 30 points.